Kita dari Aero of Team 7.
让我们一起为中国队！
แชมป์กลับประเทศครับก็เดี๋ยวได้รู้จักทีมพวกผมครับต้องตั๋วเครื่องบินให้เรียบร้อยแล้วเตรียมกลับบ้านได้เลย
クレストゲーミングザナドゥサーティファーツーサイダーズ
に入ったんですか。
現在2メート
お
ル
お。
後ろからやはり強かった
この選手たまらず
分かっているピアノいいただ負けてられないかも打ち合い体力が互角
出てこい。さあ打ち当て取る。いや青はやっぱ見えていないか。さあ左を見るとラスカルでした。落とせているか。どちらだ。バレていないか。返したビロンがダウン。インビテーショナルの航空券がマカオ行きのですね航空券が授与されます。
まだまだいろいろ課題あるんですけど、まあ統括できるように頑張りたいと思います。
行くのかやはり中に
ああフグルブレイブに
基盤はスーパーとの戦闘 USG を取り切れるかといった
射撃も怖いので
いやもう予測ですか。
いやいい予測
サンシスタスーサイダーズ、しっかり日本の大会に勝ってまた PAI の場で戦えることを嬉しく思います。
私にとって大変だったことは PAI の出場権 をかけた日本予選を突破するのが大変でした。なぜなら日本のレベルも少しずつ上がってきてて、絶対に勝てるっていう保証がなかったからです。
日本の大会ルールとは異なる PKL のルールだったので、そこに向けての練習で大変な思いをしました。
非常に打ち合いと立ち回りの動きのスピードが速くて強いチームだと感じました。今回周りは強いチームばかりなんですけど、自分たちなりに練習をしてきたので、応援をよろしくお願いいたします。
日本チームは今まで国際大会なのであまりいい成績は出せていないので、しっかり
Been a real since my birthday. Stunning on my classmates every first day. By my graduation, I had took off. Candy paint looking hard, leather still soft. Let my main count the money right. Couple during lunch for the appetite. Now everybody wanna be friends. So for now, in every car, I gotta have tents. Feeling real presidential. Everybody ain't able, but it's all mental. Homie better switch up his mind state. Ain't had a 9 to 5 since my mom's place. Somehow still have money though. Young little spoiled, but you love it though. Visits to the hood when I feel bored. Yeah, in the hood cause I can't afford. Being had the dream, cash press record. And win Hollywood as my reward. Celebration just because it feel right. I been have followers in real life. I been have followers in real life. They been have followers in real life. Nah, like for real though. I really had like followers in real life. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. These motherfuckers ain't doing. We be the mother. We be the motherfucking rich. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Cause these motherfuckers ain't Colgate just to make the smile whiter. You shine hard, but I'm still better. My can go on and go on. So forth and so on and so on. I'm a pro, but I don't prolong or procrastinate. I just perform. Oh, some man perform. She got a pretty little kitty and it perform. Yeah, been nasty, been hood, been classy. Ask me about myself, and I might tell you something. But these motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Still the cool green with the ink skin. Been connected, little been linked in. Like I said, I pre-foreign, y'all just pretend. Been looking sunny, so let my rain begin. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. These motherfuckers ain't. These motherfuckers ain't doing. We be the mother. We be the motherfucking rich. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Cause these motherfuckers ain't Colgate just to make the smile.
对方这个时候还在跑，手上只有一颗烟雾弹，没有任何机会。直接再见啊！先拿下1分。
因为 Rangers 已经在圈边卡住了，
正面干拉啊
3个人压到一个点上面，马上看到
放到一个，第2个补上，漂
，nice
亮，先拿下1击，恭喜！2个，还有6 ，Easy 连打2人，有没有？差一点点，一可以趴，但是阿多和5年已经压到侧翼了，漂亮。注意的台是的，Echoes 已经统治了整个比赛，没机会，恭喜 Echoes 啊！单头是Echoes 所以在这个位置疯狂再往下面灌雷，你的位置已经被锁定了 ，CGX 非常的危险，放倒一个手雷，
打倒了2个，地带塔。
连这个话是配合实际上这个架枪成功带走067带走了这个选手，剩下来个热红的大金，这是一个4刀1，大家看到了，这边方的话一波对射成功
打到1个，这是第2个，
恭喜！南端疯狂的跟队友汇合，很遗憾，这个话放虎归山，这边的话是被送掉。2支中国战队3打2
LG 的3打2，
阿罕被绊倒3-9，最终再次恭喜 L Star， 恭喜 L Star，
今天3击到手。让我们一起为中国队。
Good morning, everyone. It's day 2 of the PUBG Asia Invitational, and it's time to get this show on the road. Yesterday, we saw L-Stars come out with 3 impressive victories, and they certainly made it look easy. These guys were styling across the board. We saw Actos in second place, coming out with some very strong kill games, some good placements overall, but it's consistency that is key, and that is what is starting to see the points rack up for multiple teams here at the event. My name is James Banks, and I am joined by Toby, and we will be delivering you all the action from 4 more rounds of the PUBG Asia Invitational. Toby, yesterday was explosive. Today, it's only going to get better. Are you ready, my friend?
I sure am, and I do hope that these, well, let's just say 14 teams that didn't have as stellar performances as we saw the guys on top 2 yesterday will be as well. Of course, when you have one team that goes out and does this well on day 1, believe me, other teams will look to try and see what did the guys in Luminous Stars do yesterday that worked so insanely well. And no matter what happens, I'm not going to say they won't do good today either, but it will be harder for them to try and repeat what happened yesterday.
And that's the thing, right? We spoke about this in detail yesterday. There's teams of coaches here, there's teams of analysts, they're preparing, they're getting themselves into as good a situation as possible. And I think what they're going to be doing from looking at what happened yesterday is, let's have a look at the demos, let's see what was played, what's L-Stars doing that's put them in such a good position, how can we kind of counter this? And the thing I really want to ask you to start this off with is, look at what was going on with these circles, right? There's no delay, right? It's like it's 10-second delay before they've even jumped out. They're straight onto the map, right? But they have not been dropping in their usual hot spots. They've been changing it up a bit, they've been mixing up a bit, and it's so aggressive. It's different to anything that me and you were used to seeing, but why is that at this stage? Because we were kind of caught off guard, right?
Especially in the last game. I mean, when they were starting chasing around each other just with pistols and like basic ARs and no vests, no helmets, no nothing, you just start running in the open. I think it was Sun Sisters that just started chasing down the guys in 17 Gaming, which made 17 Gaming get 16-0 kills. I mean, horrible start to the final game for them, but it was just like, what is going on here? Because we're used to seeing a scene where loot kind of becomes the priority, at least in the early stages, right?
Certainly.
And here, complete opposite. And maybe that's just us living under a rock, not realizing the real way to play PUBG. I mean, they're also surprised to me, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was like a lot of these kind of like Hail Mary plays. And
Yeah.
you spoke about Sun Sister there, right? They're not so much in like a good position in terms of the actual rankings at the moment, but they were going for these engagements and they were really confident going to fight.
They were.
Getting a fair few kills. They're currently sat down in 13th place out of 16 teams. Not an ideal position to be in, but it's the fact that every single game they were like, hey, look, we're going to take it to you. We believe in ourselves to do it. Maybe they'll take a bit of a different approach, though, because it didn't work out from this time around. And that's what I think we're going to see, right? It's the adaptation.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, I mean, now they've had the entire evening to sit back home, talk with their coaches and managers to figure out exactly what went well and what went wrong and what can we do to do even better today. The only team that, well, I mean, technically doesn't really have to worry that much about what did they do yesterday that they can improve on would be Luminous Stars. But as we say that, they did have some times at which, had there not been another team third-partying a fight, they would have gone down. Because when you get third-partied, you think, oh no, now the 2 teams fighting are screwed. But more often than not, it actually helps out one of the teams with either just getting that final kill and then they can back off, or, well, I mean, if they're under a lot of pressure, it kind of alleviates some of that pressure for them. And sometimes, especially the Quarry game, I think it was game number 2, Luminous Stars, they were completely trapped up on Quarry. But you have Actus Red, the team that ended up winning that game. They were just tapping, like every time a team tried to contest Luminous, they were just taking them out for them.
We're just going to help you out, right? It's
Indeed.
oh, we'll get a few extra kills. You know, what was it, a 16-kill game for them? Just casual, but they were just picking people off from afar. And actually, that's what can happen, right? They don't know which team they're potentially protecting. And in that sense, it's like, oh, well, you've just helped the team who are already in top position stay alive a little bit longer, get themselves in a nice spot, and this is the ideal position they want to find themselves in.
Exactly.
Now, Toby, we saw and we spoke about both teams yesterday, Afrika and AHQ, right?
Yeah.
Is there any other teams, though, that we're kind of looking at this point and saying, hey, we expect you to do a little bit better now? Because AHQ, we spoke about their crazy runs, right, and how they got here. Afrika, one of the Korean teams that have been placing ever so highly across the whole season. But yesterday, it was, okay, they were taking engagements, they were staying alive. We're seeing, like, I think Afrika made it to top 5 a couple of times.
Yeah,
They're
they
not
did.
doing too
they
bad.
were just outside of placement points. Like,
exactly,
a lot of times.
yeah. So it's really catching them off guard. They're having to go for the kills. We speak about the point system. But is there other teams there you're looking at and thinking, hey, wait a second, today, I want to see you show up because I know you can do better?
Looking down the list, I would probably say a team in, actually in Sun Sister. Either Sun Sister or Super Suicide Squad. I mean, just in general, Super Suicide Chinese guys, they have had a really good run. And we know, and we saw them yesterday, they can frag out when they want to, you say, right? When they get the opportunity to.
Yes.
They're really, really capable players. All of these people, all these players in the entire tournament are really, really good. But I think a lot of it comes down to so many different play styles, so many different. We saw it at PGI as well. When you combine all these different play styles, people that come from different point systems, different amount of teams on the server, all these different things put into the one same game, there will be that one day of melting pot, figuring out how things work. Because what works really well for you against a certain type of style or a certain amount of teams in X lobby might not work at all in another. And that's what we saw with HQ. Every time they went to fight, we know that's how they like to play.
Yeah.
They did that, and they did it well. And people will back off when they see, oh my God, HQ is here.
Yeah.
That's what they're used to. Here, they take a fight, they overstep it, and another team goes, hey, they're down there, let's go kill them. And they're not used to that, so they got picked off so many times because of that.
Yeah, so they're kind of being forced out of playing their own game, right?
Exactly.
And this is what we see, this big kind of difference in how the point system is playing out, right? It's so top heavy. You've got to be within that top 4. You've got to be able to make it work. It's the kills that are coming in that are kind of being the main difference here. Like Actos, they wouldn't even be close to the position they're in now without that 16-kill game.
No, of course.
Because it was such a dramatic jump up for them. And I'm feeling like, okay, a lot of these teams are realizing if we need to come back into this game, especially if we're further down the field, it's got to be a kill side of things. It can't just be kind of getting in with just the placements alone.
Yeah, I mean, unless if you're a pure boy. That almost did it. He almost did it.
I still love that guy. If anyone back home did not see Pure Boy,
that was amazing.
He basically, and I'm going to go over it again. The lazy peek is a real thing.
Yeah.
Was it Sun Sisters that cleared the house, or was it Crest?
No. He is on Crest.
He was on Crest.
He was
so
sitting
Sun
in there. It
Sisters
was yeah. I'm thinking now it's the triple S's again. I'm pretty sure it was
Two
Suicide.
teams triple S,
yeah,
doesn't make
either
it
way,
easy.
one of the triple S's teams.
They push the house, right?
Yeah.
And they eliminate all of Pure Boy's team. He sat in like the back left corner, just chilling in the house, right behind the door. They check the whole house, and they just look in, don't see him, and he sits there and he's like,
he's just waiting for them to peek him.
And he nearly made it to top 4. He went in top 6, was it?
Yeah, I think he died in the 6th
but he still got 2 kills on his own completely because he came out and was like, hey, no one's looking at me. Everyone thinks it's safe. I'm going to get a couple of easy kills. And that is where you can't allow little things like that to happen because imagine if he'd swept into the top 4.
Exactly.
Him and his team would have been laughing. One player alive being able to cause so much of just a nuisance to everyone else.
And not only that, but they didn't only not see him and he got a couple kills. He tripped up the guys so hard because he got 2 kills on the team as they were about to leave the compound. They're thinking, okay, let's go. Now we know what to do. We know who holds what. Let's go out of the building. Let's push this side. Boom, all of a sudden you lose 2 players. That entire plan completely completely ruined.
And that is one of those things where these little mistakes, they cannot be allowed when it comes into the further we get down it because I'm just imagining a world where Pure Boy gets away with that again or another player gets away with it and they go, well, wait a second. Okay, people aren't checking things properly because it's been so fast-paced, right? We've not seen this kind of like a very calculated play. I think the closest we've seen to that is kind of Actos and how they were kind of dealing with a few situations. But when we were reviewing the demo yesterday, we said there were some engagements they were going into where you could see the communication just wasn't there, right? Where they were pushing solo and not having the backup that they needed.
And that's interesting because it kind of reflects on their games as well, how they have some games where they just go out and they kill everything and they win the game. And then they have games where they fall off early on. And just losing that one player in a situation where you didn't, I mean, it doesn't matter that much that you're 3 guys alive, but if it could have been 4, I mean, that one game up just west of Razak where you have Star-Lord push up by himself, he holds the entire ridge, he has all the info in the world, and you see his entire team just sitting out on the back there. They were not helping him, but now let's take a look at the scoreboard real quick. Armory Gaming not off to a good start. They have just 4 kills. Make that 5 kills in all of the first 4 games.
And you saw that, right? It was only in the last game that they got 4 kills. Up until that, they had a 1 kill in the first game, and the other 2 rounds, literally nothing at all. Now, L-Stars, we've spoken about them. Absolute dominance from these guys.
They're in touch.
Enters Force, though, LGE and Rangers. These guys were really starting to come alive, especially towards the last few rounds there. Enters Force always seems to find themselves in every engagement. I couldn't remember not talking about them.
I think one of the things that they do is that they'll sit on the edge as long as they have to, and then they'll go center when they get shifted away from. Issue here being that when they're on the edge for so long, there'll be other teams. I mean, believe me, there will be other teams, and they'll stick to that compound until they know they have to leave. You saw them sit up on the northeastern side for quite a while, and they'll take that compound. They'll hold that compound until they know they have to go. And I don't know if that's the Korean style of play, that if we're safe here, let's just stay until we're forced to leave.
Yes.
But as much as it grants them cover and puts them in a better position and they can hold off people from that building, once they then have to leave, people tend to talk about if the compound is good, that's because it's hard to penetrate. But buildings that are hard to get to are normally also hard to leave. How, like that whole area you have where nobody can breach you, that becomes the area you have to run through on your way out, where people can just start tapping away at you if you know you're in the compound, right? So that kind of ran them over in the end of things yesterday.
Now, one of the teams I was really impressed with in terms of actually just the way that they were rotating around the circle, the Rangers. These guys, you could never be sure. Doesn't matter where they dropped. You had no idea which way they were coming from. Multiple times we saw these guys rock up in the vehicles, and they were just like, oh, we're in the south now. And you're like, but when did that happen? Obviously, we're looking at the other engagements. We can see the map. But if you're the other teams, you're thinking, how on earth did this happen? And what they were so good at doing was getting right behind all the other teams and really just like saying, hey, look, here we are. And the other teams were not ready for it whatsoever. Rangers are like the sneaky beaky team.
I mean, it would be easier to explain if you had a map up, we could sit and look at that. But it's really smart. You see it done a lot in the Western scene as well. How we have the circle that shifts hard to one side of the map. Teams will try and go underneath or above over to the opposite side, because they know most teams will try to go center early on, and then you have these teams who try that are on the opposite side. They'll go all the way around. But look at this. LGE. You see all the damage coming in here from the guys on your screen. They had some good nades yesterday as well.
Yes, oh my. It was literally like watching basketball players play it. I was saying to you, I was like, okay, I'm taking this into my own game. The next few games I play, I'm practicing on these nades because they were on point.
And not only the nades, but Timon, we saw him as well, especially in the Miramar game, pop off with that SKS.
Yes.
I mean, DMRs in general yesterday, they were just so crucial for all these teams, especially a team like Luminous Stars. Everything they did to hold off people from the compounds that they ended up securing was with the help of DMRs.
Oh my god, that just takes me back to school. When they were on top of school, posted up, right, okay, they had a good circle for that game in particular, but these guys, it was like they were taking on 5-6 teams at one point because everyone was firing off. No one was like, oh, let's just focus on this point, right? They were just doing damage across the board, and that's where the control comes into play. You're keeping everyone at bay.
You talk about your fraggers on your teams. Indigo has 45% of the damage done on his team yesterday. That's absolutely insane.
Indigo's just racking it up, right? And wasn't he the player that you spoke about that was always firing as well? Like
he was shooting all the time. He was down to like 3 bullets in one game. It was absolutely insane. Constantly tapping away. Every time you see a target, you'll shoot at it.
You need to get the rest of his team to just feed him ammo. Just like, Indigo, do you need another hookup again, bro? Like, do you need to do some more damage here?
1,600 damage in the span of 4 games. That is very, very impressive. People say, oh, but I can do that in X game and I can do that in that. But think about it, more often than not, when you're shooting at a guy, he's shooting back at you. And the fact that you have damage done for over 16 kills, might only be 9 kills in the end, but that could be a knock that got rest up and whatnot. That's really impressive.
And the fact is that if he can keep that up going into it, right, he's applying the pressure. If the rest of the team start to step up and help him out there a little bit, we can see them doing some great work. Now, Actos, these guys hailing from Korea, they had some really solid games, some high placements across the board. They started off right with, okay, 9th, then they went into taking their win with a 16-kill game. Then they did a couple other 9ths, but they were still getting kills in there. So they kind of had a bit of a crazy disparity, but it still sees them in 2nd place because of that high kill game. And this is your man, this is the guy on the screen, and even higher damage coming out there.
You see, I'm excited to see the guys from Luminous, because I think they had a guy that broke 2K yesterday. That's, I mean, beyond insane. But nonetheless, you talk about Actors. I mean, how they got those 2 9th places. We talked about how they play so smart, they play so well communicated, but then sometimes it kind of just falls apart. I don't know if they get too eager, if they get too excited, like, oh my god, guys, there are guys over here, and one guy just oversteps a little bit, and that gets him killed, and then boom, you're out, because more often than not, that guy was Starlord. He did it, I think, 2 times where he got killed alone. Not necessarily his fault, but the team just wasn't there to help him. I mean, it's a full team communication thing.
And that's it, right? It's the teamwork that has to come into play now for Actos if they want to try and hold on to the 2nd place, because I think people will easily start to jump up. And this is the man, YDD, 2,173 damage. Not, okay, 13 kills is respectable on its own, but this is another one who he was just in every single engagement. He was always alive for his team.
Yeah. the fact that you can do over 500 damage per game in average, at not just in, I mean, even in public games, that could be a task for most people. Doing it at this level of play, that's just playing with your food. I mean, that's absolutely insane.
He was just playing a bit of like cat and mouse with it.
He really was. He really was.
This guy was not just on point, but he was always the guy who was like, if we saw L-Star start to get on some heavy pressure or whatever, he was the kind of guy that was bailing you out. Remember, he was the guy being able to like, it's not just the damage part, but it was almost like he was the front man for the team. He was the guy helping them really kind of lead the charge into it.
Did really, really well in that game. And I'm excited to see again if they can keep up that level, because there's another type of pressure. People say they would rather be the team that does poorly in the beginning and then gets the momentum going into the final day than be the team that does really well on day one, has a somewhat slumber day two, and then has to regain that momentum. Like, you want to be able to carry your momentum all the way through. And now everyone's eyes on Luminous. They will know exactly where they've been dropping. And with the amount of crazy drops we saw yesterday, who knows? Maybe teams will try and take them out early on, because that's kind of what happened to 17 Gaming. Like, they know they're a threat, so they'll land with them and try and eliminate them early on, right?
What was it on day one, right? They had like all the pre-recorded content, and a lot of the other teams and players were saying 17 Gaming and AHQ, phenomenal teams. We're watching out for them. No one was really mentioning L-Stars. Luminous come through. They're like, cool, we're the ones for day one. Thing is, if they try and do the same drops and they become not predictable, but other teams then go, like you said, drop on top of them, want to try and take the fights early to them, it creates a different dynamic here that they may not be used to going into it. So I'm interested to see how this is going to play out. Remember, we'll be starting on Miramar for the first one, and that was actually how they started off their win, wasn't it? So that's just, this was the Luminous kind of stomping ground to start things off with. And we both said, oh yeah, they probably won't keep this up. And then what happens? 3 wins. One day, no
we will have to wait and see just exactly how things will unfold. See, all the players are getting ready. The amazing trophy up there in the middle of things in the none of amazing Macau Contest Stadium. And then we have here all the greenheads. I still love it. Okay, so I'm also going to count him down in the coordinate system here, like the second row, fourth down, how he has the headset all the way in his forehead. Just looks amazing. But nonetheless, guys, we are just about to get ready with the first round of today, number 5 in total. Game number 1, round number 5. Miramar is where we're going. James, take it away.
Oh, yes, it's Miramar. This is where we're going. This is how we get to see where they might be dropping, how it's all going to come down. And the delay, it's always this factor into it. We had our research, we had our preparation, we were like, oh, they might go this way, this might end up happening. Instead, they just throw that all out the window, and oh, okay, I'm down with this circle. This isn't too bad for a first one. Question is, where's everyone going to jump out?
Good thing about this one, there's plenty of rotation opportunities. You don't have that big city that's blocking off an entire entrance, really. So you have a lot of opportunities to rotate in. That said, though, I don't think a lot of teams will drop south. We talked about yesterday how teams won't really play according to the circle, but I was proven completely wrong in that yesterday. You see how many teams have dropped out already. Axis still take the Coparia up on the northern side. You got the guys in LGE up in Crater Fields, not an area you see looted very often. But then also you got Luminous. Look at how Africa, and you got RRQ, and you got L-Stars all on top of each other out here east of El Pozo.
Now Rangers up to their tricks once again. They're going to play just outside the circle, work their way in. And this is how they kind of like to kind of position themselves, isn't it? We saw this so much yesterday. It did work out for them and put them in a nice position. But straight away, we're going to be looking onto L-Stars, and they're aware that, okay, we're not going to be the only ones right here on this fight. So let's have a little scout around before people manage to pick up that early equipment and get themselves in a better position. Can we get some early knocks, potential kills here to set us off on a good stead? And already, look at this. Dancing around the tree, he's got a gun. There's no problem at all. Crest Gaming get the first kill, and that is just far too easy.
I'm just mind blown by the fact that these fights occur so early in the game. I know it's a kill-heavy system, and I know that it rewards you to take these fights, but this guy here, Rio, no helmet, no vest. I mean, it's such a dangerous fight. One shot to, well, the lower chest, even just hit the guy with that shotgun, he's going to go down.
Yeah, if Sabrak can pull this off, it'll be huge because, okay, you've just had this little engagement anyway. You've lost a player. Now he's ready with a shoddy.
As I say this, though, I love that he's not pushing. You see Rio, he's playing it extremely smart. He's playing it safe, and he's raiding for areas. You see he's coming up over and helping now. As I say that, though, there's a backpack there. Oh, look at the bait.
Oh, he takes it.
That's all it takes. That's
Brilliant work.
That's all it takes. Was it worth it? Now, ask yourself that. Was it worth it to get that
Under fire.
one kill?
Ares is going in for it, though. He knows that he wants to try and even these odds up. They've already gone down a man. They've traded, and now he wants to be able to finish him off. Spots him out once again. Sabrak has to be really careful here. Ares is ready. He's in such a good position.
Single fire versus AR. The other guys are coming in. Ares, hold the angle. Do not push. Wait for your teammates. They're coming in to help you. That's exactly what we want to see. Well-coordinated team play, and they need to do. You see, he's just holding the angles, just waiting, just trying to get the info to see where is Sabrak gone to. They know that he have a shotgun. Do not take that close quarter fight with him, because that's going to be a tricky one.
And Sabrak is all alone, though. He's not got the backup of his team. So Crest here, they're playing it smart. They just want to deal with him, and they want to do it in the best possible way. Ares just holding back, not going to go in for the kill just yet. They're going to just kind of wait for him to come out of position. And look at this. They're coming around all the sides now. Sabrak has to be so cautious. He's got a bit of cover. Pops out, though, and straight away, Pure Boy's going to do him one, and that's another kill. And Crest Gaming take a little lead here.
If you have to make these sorts of engagements, do them like that.
Yes.
Send your entire team, play it together, play it smart. Now they lost one player in Rio early on, potentially for no reason. I mean, he didn't know that Sabrak was sitting around that corner, but if you know there were two guys landing around this compound and your guy is 100 meters out, just wait for him. Just wait that 1 second longer and push it together. That's what you saw happen right there, and they made it work to perfection. If you want to take those early game engagements, do it like that.
And that's the thing, right, with that whole scenario just there. He checked the corners, and then he had a guesswork, right? Is it right or left? He couldn't see him at all. Sabrak was too hidden away. He guessed wrong. It wasn't like a massive error, but it was just very unlucky.
But it cost him. It
yeah,
cost him
now
to
it's
go
cost
down.
him in the team.
And now when you think about it, you say, oh, it's just one guy. We still have 3 guys remaining. We can still play aggressive if we want to. But think about it this way. If you get a guy knocked when you're 3 guys alive, one has to go for, like, if you're pushing a team and you get one guy knocked, one has to go for the rest. And the other guy can't push anything. He has to hold the angle. Now Cobbin Lee from RQ spotting out the ambulance here coming over the top. That's an ambulance in the shape of a buggy. Trying to see if he can make his way into safety, but he's going straight through all these teams.
Yeah, Rosa, he can hear it as well. So ambulance got to be careful. He doesn't want to come under too much fire from different angles and different areas. Rover's down there as well. So he's just got to kind of avoid a few shots being rattled off there. Yeah, Rover wants to try and get involved in this. The spray comes in.
Snaps out the wheel on the buggy, forces out ambulance off the vehicle. Fortunately, he gets out before it explodes, but it will be Roa with the Mini 14 taking him down, and out Rosa there to finish off the kill. Now General Gaming under a lot of fire as well as Cobbin Lee tries to take him down. These rotations, they're costing the guys from Armory Gaming.
Yeah, not an ideal start for Armory there. They've got the vehicles. They went out for a bit of a scouting mission, and instead they met a full force from different angles and different teams. Luckily, though, General Gaming did get away with it. He did manage to rotate around. But the thing is, where can he go at this stage? Look on the map. Everywhere he can potentially go and put himself in is going to be a bit of a difficult fight on his hands. And, well, here we go. They spoke about this man and the damage he was able to do. Yeah. Can he get it long distance this time around? He's already got the 3 times scope on there. He's got his teammates quite near him as well. And this is what I was on about. General Gaming, okay, he's pushed his way in, but Aerowolf, they're on the hunt. They've got an idea. They probably heard him come down. Someone would have spotted him. And now they're going to be like, okay, let's try and find him. He's potentially on his own here. This could give us a slight chance to get into this early on.
They heard the vehicle, but of course they do not know how many people jumped out of it. Now they are playing, as you can see, playing it cautious, playing it together. That's what we like to see. We didn't see a lot of well-coordinated teamwork from him yesterday, but now they get a chance to show it right here. They know exactly where they have him. Now one guy spotted. He does get the knock, though, onto Akon. More kills might just come his way.
Oh, solid work being done here from General Gaming. He manages to get the second. Can he get a third? So close, but so far. Aerowolf managed to keep it going. He will be able to revive his teammates there. But General Gaming, look at the cover. Look at how he used that on peeking. So strong from that man. If he had a teammate to back him up, that could have definitely gone their way.
That got extremely scary for a moment for the guys in the Airwolf. Now you see Rex Regime here. They do have a guy sitting on the opposite hillside. He's giving all the info to his teammates. And look at what the guys in the L-Stars do. As soon as Wen got up over the hilltop, saw they were there, immediately backs off. They knew they were in a bad spot, and now they're going down the hill. LGE now getting in the action as well.
LGE with a high ground advantage there, raining a few bullets down. We saw a couple of huge tags come up there, and more damage. L-Stars need to be really cautious here. Okay, you've got the cover, the first aid kit's going to be used, but they're really pinned down between 2 teams right now, just firing in on them.
There are so many teams up in this area of the map. There was from the beginning, and look at this. RRQ, you have 8 spare bullets on your weapon, and he has double 7.62 weapons. You got Starlord with 40 spare bullets to his Kar 98. Hopefully he has a 5.56 main rifle. And it's just, I mean, these guys, they're really opting for these center positions over getting proper loot. The only loot they'll be able to get coming into the later game is loot they've been taking off of opponents.
All right, we're going to talk about this again while it's on the
Holy
screen,
North
right?
Circle.
Rangers, they were down in the south, right? Now they've come all the way back around. They're all in vehicles, and they're going over.
They're gonna go in. They're gonna go straight
in.
into Oasis. They're gonna go all the way north, up over Torre Ahumada, and straight into the Oasis area. I would assume that at least north of the Oasis area. Even you see them going all the way out here on the eastern side. We complimented them from the rotations yesterday. They played kind of a Western style, how they want to get in on the backside. And now with the northern hardship we saw here, they for sure will try to see if they can get themselves that safe spot up in the north.
As we see, Timon. Not playing it too smart there. Manages to buckle it a little bit on the bike. He's going to crawl to some sort of safety and hope one of his teammates can come pick him up ever so shortly. It shouldn't be a problem. We've still got 16 teams alive as we're about to enter into phase 3. 8 minutes, 30 seconds gone down on the clock. Afrika Jaden up high. He's got back up from his teammate there. And they're going to be looking to try and maybe engage SSS here. They've certainly got a drop on them, but are they aware of how close they're coming now, starting the approach? And already, AG are down to only 2 players. The same for SSS from Japan. Crest Gaming only lost 1 off that initial engagement we saw, but everyone else, they're holding strong.
Yeah, Sun Sisters, they have absolutely no reason to try and push up in potentially 4 guys here. They're sitting in the downside, or downhill little compound down there, and they do not want to take the fight. I'm not even sure the guys from Freakin' know they're down there, so if they can avoid to let them know that they're there, do that for the sake of yourself.
I just love Rangers, their rotations, the
They're
way
playing
they
it smart.
approach
They're
this.
playing it really smart.
It's exactly what we saw from them again yesterday in just a slightly different style, keeping it guessing. They're not going to be predictable. They're not going to the same spots. And let's see what they can find themselves, because they will slowly just approach the other teams from behind. And this is what they like to do, right? Raid a few compounds, get themselves locked down a little bit, stay within the circle, but they'll always be on the back of it, right?
Yeah.
They want to kind of say, look, hey, we don't have to worry about anyone being behind us. We want to be the team causing that nuisance to the others.
I mean, and they're playing it picture perfect in the sense of scout a compound, go to that compound. Scout a new compound, go to that compound. They don't just pull up on a building unless if they're really in a position where, like, it's do or die. Kind of, they will play it extremely safe, extremely cautious, and that's why they've never really been having issues early on in the game. They're one of the teams that will always come into Circle 3 or 4 with a lot of people alive, but look at the rotation from L-Stars. That's way too many people in that Murado.
Yeah, that was a scary ball. All it takes is someone to really just catch you, start spraying down onto that, you're all gone. You're all finished off.
That's risky playing right there, but they made it work, so kudos to them, I guess you can say. Circle is closing on in as we are getting later into the first and only game of today on Miramar. You see the guys in the AHQ here up in the northern side also playing it rather safe. And there again has as well been a team that, unless if they've been running into some of those unfortunate rotation kills early on, they have been able to make it into the late stages. I think they've gone out in like 5th and 6th twice. So also just short of placement points. They just need to play a little better.
Once again, Actos looking for these engagements. Timon's the man on the bike trying to avoid all the damaged areas. LG will find themselves in the next compound to just hold on here and build up a little bit of a defense, put themselves in a better position to try and challenge from. But still, look at how many mountains and stuff there. Look where Star-Lord's position is as well. The Super Scout, as we called him yesterday, he's out there on his own.
Yep.
He's getting that information. He's up high. Holt's taking a little bit of that kind of approach as well. He's seen where the L-Stars guy are, and he's just going to back away now and say, okay, look, I can get back into this. I can go regroup with my team here. Actos going for that information play across the board.
New Circle does pop. It forces us dead center in this one, so for the most part, people will be in. But of course, some of these edge teams that rotate out late, they will be forced to make their move on in at some point soon. One of those teams being the current leaders in L-Stars. We'll have to see if they're up there to stay with that 4 guys in 1 vehicle kind of rotation, or if they want to do something else. Starlord on the hilltop has been spotted out by Sentry, but I'm not sure that he wants to take shots. I mean, you see he's outside the circle, and he will have to make his own move at some point soon. And when you're outside the circle, forced to move in, the fewer people that know that they can just sit and wait for you, the better.
That's why he's playing it smart. He doesn't want to give away his position, but then he takes a few shots as soon as Star-Lord gets in the car, seeing if he can blow it up, blow it to smithereens, and potentially get himself a frag there.
Wait, what?
Where did that happen?
Did Carlton Lee just shoot his teammate?
No way. That must have been like some bad communication, or he just ran in front
Could
of
have
it.
could have been that he got stuck somewhere and they tried to knock him to get him rest, but he got knocked right before he shot him. So he might have killed him by accident. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. But even though it said they were eliminated, that's not quite the case, guys. We do still have 16 teams on the server, so do not. That was just a little misinformation from the game to you guys. It happens. It happens. Airwolf has made their way inside the circle. Rangers as well on the eastern side. I thought they were going to go further north, but looks like they've just opted to stay out here on the east. L-Stars still not inside the circle yet, though they will be taking shots anyway up towards the guys from, shots from, I guess, LGE and now SSS. Super Suicide Squad making their way up towards the guys and Rangers.
And Rangers, they've been on this hill for a while now. This is where they rotated in, come down from the south, went through all the way around with their vehicles to the east. They've now ditched the vehicles for the meantime, and they want to hold on to this slight advantage. But they need to be careful. That SSS team are making their way towards them. We've just got, let's see, now they're doing it again.
No, this time it's only 3 guys. It's only 3 guys.
Yeah.
Don't hate them. It's just 3 guys. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing gonna happen. It can go
You
very
say that. I'm so nervous for them right now,
It
Toby.
can go wrong, but fortunately, as you can see, they do have some ground at least to rotate on without anyone shooting at them. We see Airwolf, they've obviously heard the vehicle, and should they, for whatever reason, want to go in with the vehicle through the city, that would be tricky. But now we have the guys in Red Region caught down behind this rock. It's going to be a hard run away from here.
Yeah, I would not want to be in his position right now. All those bullets came raining in on him, and he's just going to be sat behind the rock, chilling, waiting, hoping, ducking and diving. He's like, I can make it in between these rocks. You will not kill me. And to be fair, he's doing a good job. The movement's on point. He's managing to dodge it. And these are some shots that are coming out. There's a ×8 in there. From
in all
Bosma.
fairness, it is from very, very far away. So it's a tricky shot to land. Not only do you have to leak the target, you also have to shoot that far above the target. But now AHQ and the guys in Super Suicide up against one another.
Goes out as well. They are falling at this moment, but it's a bit of a back and forth. 2 knocked already for AHQ. Now they've got to try and work their way around this. Yu still up the top there. He's taking a little bit of a battle with Milk, but he's also got LSN coming down for him. They're trying to bring him up on the res. Milk needs to be careful here. Can he do some further damage? LSN knows that he's in for some trouble, and Win is in there getting involved at the same time. Milk will finish off Yu. And he'll get the second as well. Brilliant work from him. He won't allow them to bring it up, but can they continue to take the advantage? LSN jumps up, and that's really nice onto Winner. But look, Damage gets himself involved in the fight, and he's going to say, hey, look, guys, you can have your little battle here, but I hear these shots going off, and I'm going to put an end to it.
That is the name of the game here in Miramar. This is such a rough terrain to be forced to take fights in. Kongmu trying to do everything he can to stay alive. Last remaining player from Super Suicide Squad. Now that nade is right on the money. Holy cow, was that a hole-in-one or what? An AHQ continuing to have some issues here coming into day 2.
I've just got my mouth open, Toby. My God, that was such a sick nade. The bounce on it as well.
It bounced like 2 times as well. Yeah, it was absolutely insane.
354 damage. That is a nade and a half. Already 2 teams gone out. AHQ, we spoke about them. They needed to start to perform today. They're not in it right now.
We do see the guys in 17 Gaming making their entry to the circle here as well, but they are starting to do more and more damage. See, all these players coming into the circles with very low HP already. Not exactly a good scenario for them, and he does manage to get taken down. Shu securing himself. And look at the amount of HP they're fighting with. None of them are above half HP. L-Stars, get out of that vehicle. Your 4 guys in it. It is smoking as well. Holy moly. That's a dangerous play for them. Sanju now finally starting shooting with that SLR of his. And the 8-time scope. Long range shots up towards L-Stars. And this terrain is just very, very, very unforgiving.
I'm just going to say, right, these teams are just trying to give me heart attacks. Stop putting so many people in the car, please. Please, the nerves.
They're
it's kicking in.
I mean, the whole... I mean, now we see Red Region finally taken down there in 15th place. Unfortunately for them, will go down. Did not have any room to work with at all. Forced out into open. Kind of the same as the L-Stars do now. They are using the little hill side here to make them move around. But Yoshi with the high ground position up there on the mountain, I guess you can say. Really, really, really good sit and spot to sit and watch. And all these players trying to make their way around the side.
Well, let's see how they can bring it into play now. Still 14 teams alive. We've hit phase 4. Purple. Yoshi is up the top.
You can see everything.
Shots. Yeah, he's got so much room. Lots of damage being done there. We'll be able to get the kill.
SSS eliminated as well, the Chinese SSS that is.
Oh,
Really trying to make the run for it. This game is not going to go well for the guys in the L-Stars. They were inside top 3 in all 4 games yesterday, but this rotation they just had now, that is going to cost them. If there's one guy, though, to make a play in this game, that would be YYD, and he already got one guy down. Make that 2 guys line, both of them from a Freak takedown. There are more people to come, though. Style under a lot of fire. He's going to get knocked by YYD as well. Can he get down the 4th? He knows where he is. He saw the flashbang come in, but will he be able to get down the 4th and the quad kill?
Roa's trying to push into him, will fire off some shots, but it's Kurad that comes in to end YDD's dominance. But Roa, can he stay alive? The pressure's being put onto him, rattling off the shots, getting a lot of damage done here, and absolutely impeccable from Roa. Manages to get a lot done, manages to keep himself up, finishes off Ares as well. Kurad, is he going to go and try and get involved in this?
YDD almost 1v4'd the guys in the Freak.
Yeah.
That's absolutely insane. They did get some points off of this, fortunately, because they got Roar up over the hillside. He did manage to secure himself 2 kills, but now more fights are starting to escalate here in the open, brutal area of Miramar, but the northern side. Purple Mood Esports taking shots down towards LG.
I'm going to say about YDD, right? He's that kind of player. He's like a Dwayne Johnson, just saying, just bring it the whole time.
17 Gaming, they're in on the action. 067 trying to see if he can do something here. Taking out all of Monster Shield, and most importantly, there's still 4 guys up. We do need to get Sharks just crawling a bit further forward on inside the circle. And you know what? Break down 1 Chinese giant, and the next one will rise. This could very much be 17 Gaming's game to win.
Now, Enter's Force, we spoke a lot about them yesterday. They're still in it, and the circle is working out in their favor. Rangers, though, coming out, sneaking around from that upper east side. They're going to try and work it in. And remember, they've been so good on their movement, on their rotations across the board here, across all games. And this is where, okay, we see L-Stars being taken out of this, but Enter's Force, Rangers, they're in it. They're still there. It's the consistency they're looking for.
Actus Red sitting in 2nd place right now. They could, I mean, they're clapping their hands seeing that these guys went down so early on. They will very much want to secure themselves some points and catch up a bit to the guys that are currently in this insane lead off of their performance on day number 1. Airwolf trying to make their way inside the circle. Just the last 2 players needing to make their cut across. Also, as I said before, I mean, I did say before this could be the game to win for 17 Gaming, but they have a very long way to make work across that way.
Esker trying to put them shots onto Aerowolf there. Just hiding behind the burnt out cars. Trying to find themselves just any sort of cover to work with here, but they are very much pincered in. Esker's managed to find the kill onto Yaks. This little battle between the 2 Korean teams going on there. And this is what I was worried about for Entus, because Rangers were coming in from that side, and they've kind of been blindsided by it.
One thing is Esker, but Esker with an AWM. Whew.
Yeah.
That's
not something you want to deal with.
That's
right?
dangerous.
And look at this again. He's going all the way around, taking the long play. Kale's got an idea that it could be happening, but is he going to be aware of it? Esker's going the long distance here. He's going to play it all the way around. And in the meantime as well, you've got 17 starting to push up. But Kurad using that smoke to his advantage. Are they going to know he's there, or will they think it's already been covered off? Libro goes in for the shots, but Yoshi, who's had so many of these good kills coming out so far, still getting it done. And Esker, all that information he just saw, he'll be telling his team to get ready and push up.
See, other than the Freak of Freaks that unfortunately went down just before, we got all of the guys from the Korean team still alive. Show taken down now, as well as they tried to make them into safety, and there's still a long way to go. They have to cross the road here, and 067, really tough for him to do anything. He needs to get a good knock onto Yoshi, but I'm highly... these shots, they're just going over his head. He just cannot seem to find the correct... height of which he has to shoot above his head in order to get the knocks, because you see 067 is sitting completely still, but usually just thinking, where are my bullets going? And finally, he will get him taken down. That's going to be Bosensi securing himself that kill. So 17 Gaming, even though they had a good run there, will get themselves, I believe, 7 kills, but out in 8th place.
Just 7 teams remaining. Yoshi still putting in that work, but Rangers, okay, you don't have the kills here, but you've been playing this smart. You've been getting in the damage there. We saw Esker get a couple of the knocks in play. They're just playing the circle smart again, getting themselves in a nice position behind Enters here, looking to do some further damage. But the purple team, once again, managing to find themselves in there, then they're just taking these fights straight to the teams. Kurat's going to be absolutely reined in on. He won't get away from this. So much damage being done, and he will get finished off just there at the end. Crest Gaming eliminated.
There you go. New circle pops up further north. The guys in purple will have to make their way up there, but they got plenty of room to work with. And the guys in Rangers as well, somewhat out in the open. Got Ensus Force, all 4 guys together, sitting up there. And this is actually kind of interesting, because I believe all except for one team has all 4 guys alive this late into the game. So showing here that these rotations have panned off, and that's why you see some of these teams with 0 kills at this point.
Yeah.
They just have not been forced to take fights, and that's why they're alive with 4 guys up this late in the game.
3 of the Korean teams still in there. Purple have looked impressive across the board, but this Rangers team, they're being picked apart ever so slowly from all the different angles here. Rangers, they were trying to sneak up on Entus, but Entus, they started to realize they became ready for it. And now they're in a really difficult scenario. How are they going to get out of this one? Actor's still firing off those shots constantly, and they've got the cover. They've got the defense to work with here. It's going to be up to Esker as he tries to kind of bandage himself up here. He needs to make a play happen here for his team.
Yeah, those AWM bullets sure are coming in handy for him. He needs to get those knocks, and he is delivering right now, making his way inside the circle. Now, fortunately, both him and Babo made their way inside the little house, and none of them with helmets so far. And look at this Placentia, just one-on-one against RDK. Tries to get the kill, but not going to happen. The level 3 gear for RDK, keeping him alive for a little while longer. This should be the time they need to spend on getting the reses up, but Yoshi finished off there as well. They need to get these reses up. The importance of having all people alive, very clutch here that they get these people alive.
This is the question, though. Does Purple try to push forward a little bit further here? And one thing, Toby, look at this. LGE, they've just had Timon alive for what, 2 phases now?
Yeah, he's just chilling.
And he's just chilling. He's just waiting in the back.
He's just grinding those plays. I mean, I keep saying grinding placement points, but you're not doing that yet, buddy. You need to just...
You got to get
You're
that
staying
first.
alive to grind placement points. And it's not an easy task to be done, but Sensi will be taken down there. And I believe it's only just Moment just alive at this point. Yeah, it's just him remaining for Purple Mood. So despite the fact they had a good going there, they did bite a bit more if they could chew, unfortunately. Now, Ensis on the side, still 5 kills to their name, but 16 teams still alive for them to see if they can take out. Arrowwolf is going to be the first one. Yak trying to see if he can do some damage, and he will. Gets the knock on towards 1, and down he goes as well.
Entus Force looking strong. They've got 6 kills now as a team. They're trying to push themselves into this
Does
top
he have a
4.
dual barrel, Xianyang? Look like he had a dual barrel. That's a sidearm. I can respect that. Good shotgun. It's not something you see too often, but I like it.
He wants that close range.
Yeah.
He wants to get some of that action in there.
Yeah, makes sense.
Rangers keeping themselves alive, though. They've still got 2 players in it.
They don't have any helmets anymore. I mean, they have to just lay low. They have to just, even though that SK has an AWM and you can get some good kills with it, every time you peek, it's just 1 bullet to the head from any other gun.
Yeah.
Barrel might be long range, but yeah, this is tricky for him to take any peeks and really play it smart. Got knocked by the circle. That's not what you want to have happen. Now the new circle. Look at this for Entus. They're sitting super well in it on the eastern side, looking to see if they can take home a win here in game number 5.
And more damage being done as Kale manages to get the knock looks in for the kill, and he will be able to achieve it. RDK is the one that's going to go down. 8 kills in total for Entus, and they are looking strong. The circle's working out for him, and the other team's going to be forced into their direction. Actor still hanging in there. Still got 4 players alive as well, but this is where now they have to start to move. And they've still got to be cautious of Timon, who is just slowly but surely working his way up. He wants to be that nuisance, and he knows just 1 more team to go out, and I'll still be in it. And Arrowwolf, actually, they're the one that's under the most pressure because people know where they are.
We talked about yesterday how these one-man armies and Snakes and Timon and potentially also the guy from Airwolf there can do so much damage for teams. Avagon will go down though, and Digo secure himself that kill. Got a lot of kills yesterday, and he will continue to shine on through in this one. Actus Red though, Starlord as always the first guy up and inside the circle. Nates though coming in from Indigo himself.
Indigo wants to go and put some extra damage on early on here. LG, they did manage to make it to the top 4, so Timon's dream has been achieved. Can he hang on for much longer? Rangers still with only 2 alive, but it's a lot of the Korean teams still trying to rock it. Indigo under heavy fire, forced and pushed back just a little bit. Actors are in there. Hulk and Starlord getting it done. They're looking for more as well. This is brilliant work, and it pushes them into first place.
When they are playing it together, nobody can stop them, and they're showing it right now. Entus forced down to just 2 players, and Rangers realizing this, they're coming up over the top here, utilizing the time to get that move on. Did he spot Sun Young? He did see him. Wait for it. Wait.
Oh,
he
no
shoots
way.
into the wall.
No.
Eska, that's not what you want to have happen. Not only did he miss the shot, but also reveals their position to anyone else wanting to take the push on towards them. We do see that there is a little audio is there on the Observer 2 account, but hopefully that'll be all sorted out by the time of next game. I'm sure it will. These guys from ESPN, they're very, very good at what they do. So bear with us. Guys, Timon gets spotted out. I'm sure he'll be taken down. All of actors just sitting up there waiting for him. Hey, Timon, how are you doing down there? Starlord, did he see something over by the shack? I think he might have.
Just thinking about it, right? That shot that Eska missed there, that's so pivotal in kind of what the turning point is. That could be a do or die mistake in there.
Exactly. But look at how they play. This is what we saw in that 16-kill game from them yesterday. They played so well coordinated. Actors, they're really looking to take this one home. 2v2, v4. The guys in Rangers and Enters, they need to somehow magically team up in order to win this. And look at this, top 3, all Korea.
Korea trying to get it done this time around. Actos, they're large and in charge. They've got a good position as well. Entus were getting very lucky with how that circle was panning out from that last engagement. It really changed the tide for them.
Smoking off the compound. They know they're sitting and they're waiting. They do not want to give them any free peeks. Really smart to use that utility late. They had the compound for a long time, forcing them not to use a whole lot of utility, and now they can finally make use of all that. Babo has the hold of all these guys, gets down Hulk. More people are coming, though.
Yeah, he manages to get a couple down. The shots are coming in. This is a really good hold, but how much longer can he do it for? Now he's going to get pushed around. They will finish him off. And OP Gaming, the Rangers, they are eliminated in 3rd place. And Entus now going to try and make their move while they know some players are not. The nade comes in. Starlord takes the damage. He's getting hit off here. Entus, they've got to make their move. They've got to make their play now. But they can't get it done. Actors Stars Red.
Wow.
They will be the winners of Game 1. They were in 2nd place overall, and this will be a nice push up the rankings for them, especially with L-Stars being outside of the points.
Did Juanita just double kill them as they... I mean, they had the perfect play. They saw them were fighting against the guys on the backside in Rangers. They knew they had to come all the way around to take that engagement with them. They pushed it perfectly, the guys in Enters. But Juanita saying, guys, you were close, but let me just bam, bam, double tap you, and out you go. One more win of the tournament for Actors Red.
And this is the thing, right? That was played to perfection at the end. They knew that a couple of players were knocked on Actos. They knew this was their time to go, but it just wasn't possible. They didn't have the equipment they ideally needed. They'd already taken a lot of hits, a lot of damage come into play. It didn't work out. And the Rangers team, right?
You can see them, yeah.
They're going to be calculating this out because things were going so well for them, and then it was just that one little engagement they had with Actos, and it all got blasted to smithereens.
The fact that not only did Actors win this game, but again, keeping almost, up until the very last fight, keeping everyone on their feet. So impressive playing coming up from them. And if they can continue to do this, and if we do maybe not 16th place and 0 kills for L-Stars in the future, or in the upcoming games, but if they can keep L-Stars just somewhat invincible,
yes.
If they can show that they're vulnerable and maybe utilize that, they can make their way up there. I mean, it's a long way to go, but they can do it.
Well, after round 5, that keeps Actos Red in 2nd place with 51 points. L-Stars, though, will be in 1st still with their 62. They were only able to get 2 kills on that last game. They ended it in 12th place, but it's still okay. They're still in a nice lead there. And this shifts up the leaderboard quite a bit here. So we see OGN now enters 4th. They're going to maintain that 3rd place. LG still, they've pushed their way up now to 4th because Timon managing to squeeze them in. Just solo play alive. He's like, I'm going to just play smart. I'm going to stay in there.
It works.
And this time around, he managed to get it done, put them into the top 4, and that is how you get it done.
Really well done by him. And also, I mean, the guys in the L-Stars had this weird drop where they land with a bunch of other guys, and they only could, they scrammed themselves into one vehicle, tried to go off with that. They didn't have any loot, barely even had helmets and vests. I mean, it's just horrible start to what could have been a good game for them. But now, we're making our way over to Wrangel, and I think they will, first of all, they have more room to work with. Second of all, they don't want to go off of that game. I mean, they'll be right back in it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see like the same style, right, of dropping on top of each other that early. They get a bit more room, like you said. They've got the spread that they can work in. This is where we want to see them come to shine. But Actos, that's going to be a nice little confidence boost to start things off with. Very good teamwork, very good control. But what we're going to do now, guys, is go to a short break. We're going to get ourselves ready for round 2 of day 2. In total, it will be round 6. So don't go anywhere. Stick with us because it is all heating up once again. Welcome back, everybody, as we hit in round 2 of day 2. Round 6 overall of the PUBG Asia Invitational. My name is James Banks, and joining me, as always, is Toby, and we are ready to see if the Koreans could continue this crazy dominance we saw just from out the gates here. And one thing you've got to point out is just there was a high kill game across the board. Not only did Actos take that win in first place for the 8 points, they got 8 kills as well, pushing them up, still in second place, getting a little bit closer to L-Stars, who dropped off early on. But now we go to Erangel. Now we go to kind of like how things trigger out into a normal kind of pace, what we expect to see, right?
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because we kept talking about, we have been talking about that yesterday as well, how OP Gaming Rangers like to rotate.
Yes.
They will stay on the edge, they'll play the opposite edge of where the circle shifts to, and it worked really well for them this game on Miramar, securing themselves a top 3 placement. Will it do so as well in Erangel? I'm not quite sure, but we'll have to see. Because the thing is, this strategy works extremely well if other teams tend to do somewhat similar things.
Yeah.
But when you have teams that'll just sit around in the compound, no matter how far out on the edge of the circle it is, when you try to make that swoop around to the edge, there will be players there, and then you don't have that free spot on the northern side that we used to see. So maybe we'll have to wait and see whether that will work out here or not.
Now, one team I wanted to ask your opinion about from what we saw just on the first round was the purple guys, right?
Yeah.
They came in, and although they didn't have the best game in terms of placements, they still walked away with 9 kills that game. They had a strong performance. They were getting involved in the fights, and they were relatively quiet throughout all of yesterday, so they seem to have at least woken up coming into day 2.
I mean, the first circle was somewhat center, second one bangs hard up in north. And immediately you see Purple Mood driving all the way up on the northern side, take that hilltop position, and from up there they had the DMRs, they had the ammo needed, and Yoshi and I believe, I don't remember who it was, but Yoshi and one of the other guys, they were just sitting up there. They were part of taking out all of L-Stars.
Yes.
They were just delivering a lot of pressure on towards anyone trying to make that sweep up there.
Yeah, and that was it, right? It was just a key engagement of choices and fights and how they were approaching it. YDD really wanted to put an end to everyone in that position when they started to give a little bit of a back and forth fight, and that's what we got a point on as well. Okay, we saw L-Stars, who were so dominant yesterday, drop out quite early on here, but my God, YDD was not going down without a fight, and this is the problem. Okay, yes, he's just one guy left, but you cannot just. Don't give him that opportunity.
Take him for granted.
Don't just run into him, because they were just like 1 knocked, 2 knocked, and it was like if it wasn't for that key nade and then the push up into it, YDD could have walked away with a triple.
He could easily have gotten the quad as well. He could have taken out the entire team. A little help came in from the other side. There was a very, very, very intense moment, and by far probably for him as well one of the highlights of, if not here, then this entire season. He's a very, very capable player, and show us right here, as you said yourself, why he's not to be taken for granted.
I want to see what his damage is at now as well, because like it was just ridiculous.
Easily 2,500, easily.
3 different directions he's getting pushed.
It's like 2147 coming into last game, and then with 3 knocks, and he did damage to other people as well. Impressive.
Oh, yes. So now going into the second round, right? We saw Actos, they have a good position. We saw Rangers still hanging in there. Entus, again, it's the consistent placements that's keeping them up there, but they can't kind of pull off and find that win. Is this now a position where we see, okay, things are going to start to even out on this? If they keep this going, this is where L-Stars, if they can't get a couple more wins, start to drop back more? Or how do you kind of feel this is going to kind of affect the kind of leaderboard of it all?
I think what is going to be interesting to follow is Actus. They had a really good first game on Erangel yesterday with the win down there on the southwestern side of the island. 16 kills popped off, played the exact same game yesterday in that game that we saw them do on Miramar today. They never had that miscommunication where one guy gets a bit too far out and it gets him killed. Every time you send out Starlord in one spot, you send Hulk and Vanita in another, they're only there because they know I'm in a safe spot, I can get the info I need. They'll take that high ground position to get the overview of what's going on, and then they'll send the other guys to move accordingly. And as soon as they get that spot they want to go to, whoom, they're all there. And if you can keep playing like that and you don't get contested when you go out solo to take those peaks, you're very, very scared to go up against late game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? We spoke about it. It was the super scout that we saw there in Starlord.
Yeah, exactly.
But this time around, we actually saw Starlord and Hulk at various times split off and managed to kind of take a little bit more map control across the board.
I mean, it is Miramar.
Yeah,
it is Miramar.
And they were looking for just kind of find, okay, let's take some of these pressured fights. And it wasn't so much that they were doing what they saw yesterday in terms of let's just go for the kills. They were poking up, they were taking a few hits and then going, okay, look, we know what's going on here. And it was just having that awareness the whole time around them. And here we go, 17. Now, this is the team that we spoke about so heavily, and they just can't seem to find their footing just yet.
They had everything going for them. Whenever L-Stars get taken out, all of a sudden 17 was the name of the game. They had a really good fight up on the hills, up on the northwestern side, or northeastern side of the map, but that double hard shift to the north across the road just forced them into trouble. They were a team that were forced to leave their compound really early in the game. We saw them all drive around 4 guys in one vehicle at one point as well. I don't know if that's a Chinese thing, but they did it too.
It scares me, Toby. I don't want to see it.
It scares me as well. I mean, and they're very much capable of having these insane performance games, and I will not at all rule them out yet.
No, and that's it, right? Because we're not even at the halfway mark. We're only just getting there. This is going to be round 6. This is where we get to go, oh, okay, look, this is how it's going down. And there's our man, Mr. Pure Boy himself, the guy hiding in the corner, not doing it just yet, but maybe he'll get away with it again.
Just a little FYI for you guys out there. We talked about in the beginning of last game how the guys in Crest Gaming did that insane push right off the bat in the warehouse there. A tweet came out from Arius. It just said, I tried to Google Translate it. It just said, I was impatient.
Yeah. I love the straight up honesty though, right?
Like, I should not have pushed into that guy with a shotgun. I was impatient. He had his teammate Rio coming up from behind to help him. And he was just like, I should not have done that.
Yeah. It's like, that was unnecessary. Should have waited.
But he admits it. He knows.
Lesson.
Yeah, exactly. Now he knows. Yeah.
And this is what we wanted to see, the adaptation. And Yoshi, my God, okay.
Holy
His damage just went
wow.
up massively. And he's had some good games regardless. But this game that we just saw, round number 5, that is where he came up dominant.
Those 9 kills were on Yoshi? I want to know that now because he was popping off like a crazy person throughout that entire game. I think he had a good...
Yeah, they got 9
he
kills.
He had 9 total. He must have had at least 5 or 6 of those.
I'd say
at
5.
Least,
I remember seeing him with 3.
5.
I remember seeing him with 3 overall, so it would have made sense for him to have 5 of the 9.
And the majority of all this damage is those DMRs. Once you, I mean, you can do, especially with the vest meta, like Kevlar meta that we have right now, you can shred a vest in 3 bullets. You can completely tear it to pieces, and the other guy will not have anything to play with. If you can add on a guy that's 300 to 400 meters away, because that's when we saw him shoot, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you can tear off a vest at that distance, and then when you have that close quarter fight, no matter where in the body you hit him, it takes 2 bullets to kill him, unless if it's an arm or leg shot. But like if it's upper body or headshot, just 2 bullets to get that kill, and he has to shoot maybe 3 or 4 times at you. That's a huge advantage in a fight like that. So you played it so well. Just keep tapping away at those long-range targets. If you have the ammo, if you have the precision, not forced to make a move, and you can just keep shooting, do that. And as you see here, rack up that damage count.
Yeah, and it was that's just a game-changing moment. And this is where we see Purple move their way up the leaderboard so quickly. And that's kind of what we speak about, this kind of the point system here being very unforgiving in the sense that, okay, placement-wise, he's got 8 points for first place, and then it starts to get really short, 4 for second, and then it's like 2.
I mean, let's be real. There aren't placement points.
No.
I mean, you get a good boost if you win. But if not, if you're in your, unless if you're Actus who gets a good position in that game, you'll be in the top 5 with 0 kills. Sure, they played it well. They had a good position. The circle shifted north on them a couple of times. By the time that you reach top 3, your team will have 4 kills. I mean, for the most part at least, right? So let's just be honest. It's not about kill points. It's not about the placement points. When you're in top 5, top 10, when there are like around 20 players remaining, the players will be, let's get this win. And of course, throughout the entire game, all the teams want to win all the time. I'm just saying, this is the reason that we see some of these crazy aggressive plays early on that we're not used to seeing in other scenes where the point system is different. The importance of an easy kill, a free kill, you could say, like on a guy that you know has bad loot. Yeah. They will go for it.
Now, question, Toby.
Go for it.
If we see other regions had this kind of this point system,
maybe we will.
Would we see a situation where we see more aggressive players? Because one thing we've both said, right, is that these Asian teams, super aggressive, they want to go in for the fights.
Yeah.
Is it the system that's causing that a little bit more than just the style?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. We saw. I mean, the Asians are known to play aggressive. So, but that builds on them playing the system that they do, right? Because we saw the OSL tournament that was done recently in the European scene. I don't remember if it was both European. No, I think it was only European teams that were participating in it. And you can just tell that the European players, they were not like it didn't work for them. They were like,
what is this?
Why am I not getting rewarded for what I'm doing? This doesn't make sense. It took such a it took a long time for them to get. In the end, it was like, let's just go and get kills.
It's a shift, yeah.
It is. It's tricky to play around those things. But we'll have to see how they will adapt, because even in this tournament, we have teams that aren't used to this point system. And now, of course, coming in here, first game of the day on Erangel. There will be 2 more of those to come after this one. But James, what are we looking for?
Hey, we're looking to see if it's going to be, once again, chasing the circle from the start, or will they spread themselves out a little bit further? Because we look at this, right? We've both got our notes in front of us. Yeah. Toby comes in with this amazing research on the hot spots that these teams are going to drop in. And so far, it's been like, well, when the circle's on their drop spot, they might go for it. But other than that, they're literally like, we're going to stay pretty much in the circle or around the circle, because they're not wanting to do the whole chasing it. They're believing that, okay, let's go close quarters early on. Let's go in for them fights. Let's get the kills like we were just speaking about.
I'm still waiting to see that first circle drop on military just
Yes.
to see the chaos.
Yes.
How many teams will actually want to go down there? Freak of Freaks, they've been fortunate in Fairy Pier. They've had their loot spot for themselves no matter. I mean, they had a western circle, a center circle, and one more somewhat center but western circle. So they haven't been forced to go elsewhere. Same thing with OP Gaming. I think only that first game where it was really far on the western side, even when it has been somewhat center or even western center, they have still gone all the way out to the PUBG. So it's not all the teams that will go circle dependent. Some teams will say, we know this area, we want to loot this, doesn't take a lot of time to get good loot. We just want to go out here, we'll take that 1-2 minutes extra to get out there and get back into the circle because we prioritize having proper loot coming into the late fights. So with a military circle, with no designated military teams, that would just shift up things completely.
And that's one of the things we were pointing out yesterday, right? Was just the lack of some teams that had no helmets. No body armor. They've just gone straight in for the weapons and early going in for the frags. And actually what ended up happening was that these guys were quickly picked apart as soon as we started to kind of scale down. You get to like phase 4, phase 5, and they're like, oh, okay, look, we've not been able to get what we need, and we're having the pressure really applied to us. They're trying to put their fights into these engagements, and actually they're just getting blasted out of it because the other teams who played the kind of longer gameplay, it benefited them a little bit more. So if you are going to go for that option with not going for the equipment, right, not getting the helmets, not getting the Kevlar in there, you have to make sure you're getting in them fights. Because if you do that and there's not anyone around you, then you're basically wasting your opportunity.
Exactly. If you know for a fact that whatever fight you take, you will be at a disadvantage purely on you not having the proper equipment to take that fight, that's going to put a lot of pressure on you as well. Even if you have the good compound, even if you have, you know what, guys, we're right here. We have to just go over here. You still have to think, but anyone can take us out at any moment, and we will not be in a proper position. Like, even if we have a good position, we will not be set up to take that fight.
Yeah, you could be the best aimer in the world, right? And if you don't have, you can have whatever weapon you want. It doesn't matter because you can take shots and they'll be kind of armored up. They'll be completely prepared. All they got to do is get 1 or 2 successful shots, and you are, let alone the aim punch, but let alone just being able to kind of hold them off. You've got to back away straight away.
And that's the issue when you have some of these late games. For example, yesterday when it went down towards Gatcom, the southern side there, when you have these end games where the circle goes in a more open area, not a lot of compounds, and for the few compounds there are, those teams that do drop inside the circle early on, they will have already looted that area. For the teams that then come in expecting, oh, we'll just get a little more loot in circle 2, circle 3, because there are a lot of loot on the map.
Yeah.
But those compounds that they come to, they will have been looted by the time that these teams get there. So there's absolutely nothing to pick up. The only way they can get more mats, more loot, more ammo, more whatever, is to take fights. And if you're looking to get a vest from a guy that you just killed, odds are that will be damaged. I mean, and you will not be set up in a good position for the next fight.
Yeah, you're not going to get the clean vest, right? You're not going to get
exactly.
It's not really an option at that point, and that's where they're like, they basically have to get the kills, have to get the loot, but you're at that problematic situation where you say, okay, I've made an error now, and that's where it's got to be. You're only doing this if it gets to the kind of the closer. Oh, we're double dropping on each other. We're trying to fight off there.
You actually hear that sometimes in communication in like pro teams where, guys, can we only headshots, I need a new vest, or like only body shots, guys, I need a new helmet. Like, can we just don't do headshots? I need a helmet. Those things, I mean, it's not something you can really control because if you see a guy, you'll just get him down, right? Instinctively, you just want to kill him. But if a team knows we have 2 players without helmets, they'll maybe take that Kar 98 shot, or maybe not Kar 98, but like they'll try and mini or like DMR shots to the chest rather than go for the headshot.
Yeah, and that's the way we see a lot of these teams try to play it out now. And this is the very difference. Now, one team we spoke about heavily early on was Armory Gaming in terms of them not performing too well.
Yeah, they have not have a good time.
But they did actually start to come back into it a little bit. They're still down on the kind of the very bottom parts of this. But what I liked from them was they were trying to engage a bit more. I was actually seeing them active on the map because they've been so quiet.
Armory Gaming is a team that has... They're lucky in being here, but they're also unfortunate. They played their qualifier, they didn't qualify, and 2 of the guys on their team, they were sent into military service, as far as I've been told. And then I think they went into service because they didn't qualify. So like, we don't have anything to do here. And then they end up getting the spot anyway because Divine and the Arabian 5 stars end up not going, and like, okay, I guess we need to find 2 substitute players instead, but now the plane is in the sky. The circle has gone out on the eastern side this time around. I guess the Rangers will be happy with that. And Mr. James Banks, take it away.
Well, one thing straight away is Purple. We saw them come alive into it. They get a good amount of kills. Yoshi having some nice damage. Straight away, they've jumped out early. They're going to go for the top right corner to ensure that they can have a bit of a spread going on. And actually, they split it 2 and 2. The rest of the team's dropping down here, and Afrika, they're going to get their spot at the ferry pier once again.
Why is no one going into Yasnaya? I am continuously baffled by this. Nobody loots the city with probably some of the most loot in the game. I mean, there are changed loot settings here, so you will get a little more loot than what you're used to, but still, you can get looted up in Yasnaya in the matter of maybe 2 minutes for a full team get looted up. There are vehicle spawns around the city. Go there.
Yeah.
It's good loot, and you're sent there. Someone said you can get, especially in a circle like this. They see the circle. They see Yasnaya's free AHQ flew right over it.
Did anyone go to it yesterday? Like anyone?
No, nobody. At no point.
I'm just trying to think. Is there a reason of like, oh, we may have seen it, and already a few pistol shots being hit off it.
What is going
no!
on?
Timon's like, please no, let's not.
Pew.
Does actually manage to tag him up. Timon's probably not going to survive.
3 bullets. One more bullet.
Oh no! How has he allowed
bullet
this to happen? And LG, they've actually got teammates down there, just quite close to Timon,
Why
who might be
are
able to come
these
back him up here.
fights
Yeah,
happening?
Dai's coming up. Dai's like, okay, I'm coming to save him.
DMG.
Oh, he's like, I erred so hard.
He had 15 bullets, and that pistol does not do a lot of damage. So unfortunately for him, not able to get the finish off, Timon realizes that it's an open spot. But look at this now, Sentry. We saw him play it extremely well yesterday, or earlier today as well, actually, with the SLR. Now caught in between 2 players from Armory Gaming. Just talking about the guys here, Ambulance, one of the replacements. And HON as well, a replacement. And now look at this as well. SSS Sunset. So they want that revenge on towards Crest Gaming. Kruat all by himself inside the warehouse. He's going to take a lot of damage towards him, and down he goes.
Very nice there from Crazy Sam. We'll be able to come in and finish him off. And sadly, there's no one there for Kruat. He's just going to be left alone, waiting it off. And
the fact that these teams fight it out this early, I can see it makes sense. If you do like Crest did in the earlier games today, where they're all together, for example here, all together, they play it smart, they make the push, but it's just so dangerous. I mean, now for Sunsister, they probably knew there was only one guy landing in the warehouse. Yeah. They got some weapons extremely quickly, pushed it with just 2 guys, but instead, I mean, 1v2, it could be tricky, but you don't know what he gets in that warehouse. He could be sitting full level 2, maybe even a level 3 vest and a proper AR. You can easily win a 1v2 in those regards. Send the full team if they're all in that area anyway. Yeah. Send it or get the info. There's a guy up there. I respect they want to go for the kills because these points are important, and the easier the kills are, well, the better. But it gets dangerous too.
Now I'm loving Purple's play here, right? You're up there in the northeast corner. No one else went to contest that area. They split it up at the time. There was 2 players going to different locations. And Enters here once again.
Look at how they're playing. All together.
Yeah, they're not taking this risk. They seem aware that Shox is here.
They probably saw him land out here, right? They saw him fly out here. 17 Gaming is a team that likes to land on the eastern side, or just technically in Pochinki. But they know that one guy was out here, and Shox probably could have made a run for it, but heard the vehicles come in, and now is like, you know what, I'm just going to hide it out here. I'm going to pull a Pure Boy, and hopefully these guys won't spot me. That's the phrase now. Actually, what you can do, if you take your weapon away and you go behind the door, there's a little gas can thingy that you can stand on, like a petroleum can you can stand on. And teams, like, even they flick around, they'll see like the bottom of the can, but they'll be looking down, right, to spot the player. And because he's elevated just that little 5-10 centimeters off the ground, maybe 30 centimeters off the ground, they won't spot him. So hopefully, for the guy out there in the back, he'll be able to make it out alive.
That sounds like something you've done before, Toby. It sounds like a play you've done before.
I don't recall that. It was just a random reference. I don't know.
Go watch Toby's stream. Someone go find that out for me. I think this is the way this man's now playing PUBG.
Just hiding corners.
Oh, okay. Libro's managing to get a few.
He's taking them off, actually. They drove off there. I didn't see if they were all the guys in the same US. I highly doubt it, and I don't hope so either. But look at this now. LGE. Really good shots coming in. Getting the knock onto Ambulance as well. Sentry actually probably the one to give the info to the guys. Guys, I have 2 guys around my compound. I need help. But as you can see, DMG up there as well. He's in a good position. And Boya, really good spot. He needs to make the push here with his teammate.
Yeah, they've got to go together and be able to flush him out. He's playing it from a nice spot.
The door. They heard it, but there's still a window. He can jump out the window. Yep, and that's exactly what it does. Now he needs to get the hell out of here. He needs to get running.
Oh! Few sprays, few bits of tagging him up there. He's going to be pushed in. He needs some backup from his teammates, though. His teammates were a little bit further away, playing the long distance. Dai's made his way up, but DMG's coming in with the shots. Very nicely done there.
They immediately know how to react. And this is, I mean, as chaotic as it seems, as much are LGE in control right now. They see damage. They know exactly where he's sitting. Now he's getting Molotoved as well with the pure green fire. It's like the Game of Thrones reference with like the green fire thingy. Isn't that like the Sea of Fire? Oh, no.
I'd love to say.
Never mind. But as chaotic as it seemed, they actually played it extremely well controlled, LG in this case. You got Century stuck in the compound. As soon as he vaults out, he knows he has teammates on that side of the building to help him out. So as soon as he jumps, they're just spraying at the building, trying to take control. But now Century, he's not running away from this one. Up against a UC this close without a helmet on, that's a scary fight to take.
Yeah, General Gaming pinned down. Boya, like, he is nearby, but with just a Mac 10, General Gaming is not too much he's going to be able to do here. LG know they want to go in for these kills. Already having 2, they're in a good position. And once again, it's our boys from Rangers, the Koreans.
Rotating early.
They've got all their vehicles, getting for that rotation, starting to maneuver their way around, and they're playing the circle once again to their advantage, and they got a nice bit of high ground to just scope around on here.
Sitting dead center in the circle, really, really well positioned by them. General Gaming getting the knock onto Dai. No vests, these DMRs do a ton. SMGs, I mean, sorry, do a ton of damage. Timon will be able to get the res on up here, but for Boya, he needs to do something to help him out, because I don't think General is going to last very long in here.
Yeah, Boya really needs to try and help him out. There's only so much you can do with that Mac 10. He did well to get the knock on there. A bit of a failed nade. We're not going to.
It gets tricky. Boya does get the knock onto one, though. He pushed out, and that's going to be eliminated from the game. So even though there are only two guys remaining, they're making every single thing they can off of this. One guy gets spotted, gets the knock onto one, gets the knock onto the second, and he gets the entire kill! That's one magazine taking out all of LGE!
They played perfectly into the hands of General Gaming.
What just happened?
He has a SMG of all weapons. Its best point is to be close range, and they give him the golden opportunity to make it work. That should just never happen.
I'm completely
It's not supposed to be allowed.
What just happened?
First team
don't push an Uzi if you don't have vests on. Now they know. Now they know.
Well, Rangers are going to be under some heavy fire. Ryu's going to be chiming away with shot after shot there. Managed to make a few connect, but won't be able to take anyone out just yet. Going to revive his teammate in the meantime. But LG, they're going to be kicking themselves about what one. They had such good control. 3 of them looking to push the house. They had 1 player sat back, ready to do some damage, but it just didn't work out for him in the end there.
I'm so baffled. I'm completely speechless by the fact that they pushed into that. They know that he has an Uzi. He's sitting upstairs. None of them checked that corner. And the issue is once you knock that first guy on the hill, ooh, easy. Down you go. LSN securing himself the kill with the AK there. But once you get that first knock on the stairs, because he's prone there, he takes up so much space, and now 61 trying to see if he can do some damage. Does get the knock onto one of the guys, but more fights about to escalate.
Yeah, this is a real good back and forth here. L-Star's already down 1 player. AG, they've only got 2 left. LG getting eliminated early on just after getting 2 kills. They look to be in control, but it just wasn't enough. And I like this. Let's get rid of that car. Let's not give them an option to back away out of it. Let's cause some damage onto it as YDD is going to go and pick him up. And they're going to try and fall back. But Milk taking some shots, trying to make it connect. The pressure's seriously on here. But here's Entus. They've got themselves the vehicle set up once again. They're going to try and make this work. And here we go. This is the play. This is the Uzi moment. And this is just insane. None of them actually looked. Do you see how they were facing? They were all looking.
One hit. He took 1 hit.
They were all looking up the stairs, right? And none of them was looking straight in front of him. So he played position-wise absolutely perfect there because they're all expecting him to be round the corner or something. Instead, he's just facing them because he knows close range, I've got the upper hand here. But there's still no way he should have been able to get away with that.
That is absolutely insane. They'll be kicking themselves over that. There's no way in hell they're pushing a building like that ever again. That is for sure. Interesting to see, though, because patterns are kind of starting to fold. The only teams we see fight this early are the Japanese. I mean, Sun Sister and Crest, they've been fighting both the last games, right? Landing on top of each other. And then you see the guys in China kind of doing the same thing. I don't know if it's on purpose, but for example, LG forcing the fight there against Armory Gaming. But the Koreans, all we see them do early game, whether it's Ensis, whether it's Afrika, whether it's Rangers, they're rotating. Yep. They're playing those vehicles. They're driving around. They're trying to play it position-wise. It's just so interesting because it's such a clear picture to see the difference in playstyles from the regions.
And it's not just the positions that they get, it's also the information, right? Because
Yeah.
they're driving around the map, they're having an idea of where teams are playing from, and what that gives is an overall picture for them to work with. Beautiful stuff here from some of the Korean teams, but they still have to be oh so cautious here because it's the Chinese teams that are trying to play that catch-up game at the moment. Now, L-Stars, you're down a player already. Yes, you're in the lead, but you had a rough first game. You can't afford to allow that to keep happening. This will quickly turn around from having an awesome day one to a terrible day two and find yourself right down towards the middle ground of this pack.
Sitting in a good dip down here used to...
Actos again. The circle's working out from here.
I mean, they went in CS9. That's what you gotta do, right? They went in CS9.
You said it.
They liked it. I mean, they've dropped there in the past, and now they're fortunately, somebody goes there. Glad to see it. Glad to see it. Not the best city to play around when you're coming to the later stages of the game, simply because of the fact that, well, it's a big city and there are a lot of fields around. When you have to leave, it gets tricky. But now, no, a Monster Shield trying to play in some of these long-range M24. Judge is going to be you. Trying to see if he can take down the guys in Rangers.
Yeah, Rangers are just trying to avoid all the shots coming off towards them. They won't go and try and engage this fight. It just wasn't worth it at that point. But again, further information for them to play off YDD, the man who's just racking up all the damage and all the kills. He is going to finish off one of the SSS players there, which will give them a little bit of an upper hand to work with. Gets the quick bandage off, gets himself back into a better position here. They've got the vehicles for cover in the meantime as well. And L-Stars, they can still give themselves that positional advantage, start to move around. But at this point, do they want to just try and push in and try finish off SSS? Because that's a good attempt for them to get up the points at the same time.
Cienz is making their rotations on up towards Potato Hill. They are a little far out of the circle. Circle is going to start closing in just about 10 seconds. They are outside of it already, so a long southern rotation for them trying to get around the swoop in the southern side of the circle here. But not sure if it's going to pay off, because as you could see, there were some teams down and around there.
Oh no, Rangers though. They're very close to Actos. They're going to get themselves almost pincered in there because they're in between multiple teams at this point. Aerowolf, they're going to get themselves out of this one. I wondered if they were going to go and try and challenge Crest down below, but it wasn't an option.
Are they going to send it? Are they just going to pull up on SS
no.
compound? I mean, there's only Saprak in there. He needs the help from Sinvi and Crazy Sam, and it's not coming in. Now he's hiding in the corner. If Saprak can get out of this and run over towards his teammates, that's exactly what he will have to do. But this is going to be a long run in the open, and it's going to be a dangerous run, because as you can see, L-Stars, they're just looking to take them out. They have already taken out one guy from SSS up there. So it's going to be a dangerous push across if that's what he tends to do.
He's making sure he pops that energy drink. He's like, okay, now it's time. I'm going to have to get my move on. I got to be very cautious here. 17 playing on the edge of the circle. They're Entus. They've taken the long way around, but they're confident with it once again. Now, honestly, I think Entus have been south,
super smart.
east, north, and now they've come all the way back round, and they're going to be on the west side. They know what's going on. They found themselves something they can be more comfortable in, and they know how they want to try and outplay the other teams here.
And again, if you want to do these long outside in the blue rotations, you have to do them in the early stages of the game. You need to make those plays when the circles don't tank your HP down too much, because the time you spend on these rotations is time that you probably haven't spent looting, right? So, not that I'm saying you should be looting in Circle 3, by the way, but you won't have that many mets to work with, necessarily, so and it doesn't tank you that hard. I mean, you can make these rotations early on, and they get themselves over in a good spot. Now, if they do get hard shifted away from again, either you can say, you know, we'll tank a little more and go in the blue again, because they just made a long-range rotation, and now we do see the guys in Africa trying to see if they can do some more this game than what panned out last game.
Well, it's actually RRQ and Africa who have got 17 kind of pinned down. 17 may have a bit of a high ground advantage here, but it's shots coming in from both sides. Shox has taken some further damage as well. Sho was one of the players that got knocked, but he's been revived. And they've just got to be very cautious here, because you're right in the middle of it all. And they're right on the edge of the circle as well. And look at it move once again in favor of Actos, who are looking so strong. Rangers are in there as well. Purple, though, coming down from the north, looking to try and fight their way back into this at the same time. This is a very interesting, and the Freaker, they know it's like getting these vehicles, we got to get moving, because this circle is very unforgiving right now with 40 seconds in phase 4 left.
Now you see Ensis making the rotation on the northern side. Actually kind of surprising to me, because they're moving into uncharted territory, at least for their team. Had they just gone back south where they came from, they know that entire path was somewhat clear. Now Saprak trying to hold off all these rotations coming in. It's going to be Airwolf trying to take the dips down on the southern side there, but they're getting picked apart. Sure as well, taking a lot of fire, but it's right now it's Airwolf. A lot of fire coming in that vehicle. It's not going to last them long.
Wow, they're trying to duck and dive around it all. It's not going to happen just yet. Godly is going to be the first one knocked down. Is there anything else that he'll be able to do? Crazy Sam, he's in there just tapping away through the smoke. He knows he wants to make it work. RDK's in there as well to take down AHQ's K3. Lots of kills happening all at once. This is the big rotation. This is where we're going to start to see a couple more teams potentially get eliminated here. AW, somehow, some way, they're managing to stay alive with so many bullets hurtling towards them.
See now, he's spotted out the guys that freaking freaks. That 3 guys in this vehicle. This is a dangerous fight to take all by yourself. Explodes the vehicle. No knocks coming in though. They did manage to get away. Now nades are raining on in as well. Should maybe have been thrown a little earlier, but does manage to get the knock onto Rota. More nades coming in. Roa taken down as well. Just one player remaining now. RDK all by himself. Shots fired left, right, and center.
Styles got to be able to change this up though. It's just him and Jaden left. The revives are coming in. They've managed to keep themselves up and running. We've still got 14 teams, but that was a chaotic few seconds there across the entire map. Fights were going down across the board. Purple still on! But just as we say it, the nade comes in. The bite goes boom, and Rangers are the ones to deal all the damage there. Yoshi, he's like, come on, please. I want to stay up in this. I want to have a chance. And Rangers, they can see exactly what's going on. 17's taken into the action as well. The spray comes in. Absolutely brilliant from 067Q. He manages to eliminate Rex as well. And this is where it is all starting to pop off, because it is just action in every single corner of the map. And Suck, he's not done yet. He's not over and done with. He wants to get involved in this action, and it's all up to Purple on how they want to try and play this. They want to just give themselves that little peaking advantage here, but it's Rangers who are now, all 3 of them, jumping around together. They just want to find that one operation, and here we go. He found the first. He knows exactly where he is. Going to go and fire off the shots here. Just wants them to make one small mistake. In the meantime, though, Afrika, they're still getting the work done. They want to be able to take down Arrow Wolf there. A few more teams potentially on the cusp of elimination here.
See, this fight is kind of stalled out a little. They're both on the edge of the circle. New circle could potentially force them to go very far away. Rangers have vehicles available. Not sure if the other guys do. Sun Sister have pushed over and across towards L-Stars. They were fighting them last game as well. Didn't pan out for them at all. But this time around could just do so. They're only 2 players up on their feet though. Sinvi and Crazy Sam have to hold off the entirety of the Chinese super team.
Some of the Afrika players. And then the nades out down towards them as well. L-Stars once again in a really dire situation. YDD is not. Aldo coming in, but he will be getting his spray off there, managing to do a nice bit of damage. Can he get any more done? He's just got one more player to find. It's Crazy Sam close by. The nade goes out. Aldo has to be very careful here. Shots coming off, and L-Stars playing it so well, do manage to try and get it done, but Crazy Sam will be the one to eliminate them, fighting back, and Crazy Sam, pivotal play, pivotal position. That man has hung back for so long, and it's paid off for him.
2v3, and the Japanese show that they are a team to be reckoned with. Really good job by them. Ranta now on the roof once again. Actors sitting really well in it, in the circle. They are not afraid to take a fight, but as you can see, multiple teams shooting up towards them. They will be inside the next circle, but we do not know how long these yellow houses will grant them the cover. But look at this, we got 4 teams inside the circle and a solid 7 teams that have to make their way in, and there is no hard cover available.
Yeah, this is where it's starting to get a little bit dicey. L-Stars, they have been eliminated once again. They're just not being able to kind of have the same sort of pressure they had on day 1 here just yet. It's really difficult across these games to keep that momentum going across the borders. Enters here once again, chiming off so many shots. Purple, they are taking hits across the board. Rangers are in the fray as well. And Enters, they've exploded into these fights, and they've really put the pressure on. Suck is knocked, and Babo, he's just there trying to find his way back in, throws the smokes down. Enters have got some cover in there as well, and it's Actos who come in to try and play a bit of the cleanup here.
Juanita, he wants to get these third-party kills. That's what they did so well yesterday. Now they're trying to take out Baba while he's getting the rest game going. Not going to happen. Well, there you go. Actually, it doesn't. It's going to be Hulk with the knock-on towards Babo. Just 1 player left alive for OP Gaming Rangers. It's going to be a hard push for them. They are inside the circle, and they do have a bit of cover to work with, but it's going to be very tricky for them to stay alive.
Entus and Actos once again. It's their position that has been so crucial in helping them get this far, helping them get it done. That smoke was beautiful cover put down by Entus to give them what they needed to stay involved in that fight to a degree, but not overcommit to a point where they start to take too much fire. Kongwu, though, he wants to get involved in this. Fires off a few shots. He's spraying them away at the moment. Can't quite land them. He's getting very unlucky with these shots here. Aim's not quite on point, but he's got the vehicle cover at least for now.
seen the backside of him. The guys from 17 Gaming are starting to make their way inside the circle as well. It's going to be tough for them if they don't get some of these knocks down quickly, because they will need to focus on what's happening on the edge of the circle at some point soon. I like Ensis Force. They're kind of going with the uniform look. No pants, white shirts. That's
No pants, white shirts.
They're all the same outfit. I kind of like that. It's kind of funny. But also, if another enemy team knows what they're looking like and they end up in the top of the leaderboard, they know who to shoot at, right? Now, Crest Gaming will go down. Areas unfortunately taken out there by the guys. Oh, winner. Not sure you're going to be at the top of this one if he does mention land that headshot, but no shots fired.
8 teams remaining. Aerowolf. Once again, they're still in the fray. They're still here to mix things up. Just 2 players left for them. They've got 2 kills already, but they're getting closer now to these positions that we've not seen them in as of yesterday.
Yeah, they're completely pinned inside these 2 other teams, AHQ and the guys in Nova, Monster Shield, sitting on each their side. Of course, you have the Road kind of holding one team off, but now Shox all by himself. Last remaining player, finally.
Same
we
again
see a
for
bit
him.
of snaking.
Yeah, same again for Shox, though. He's always the one, right? Like, everyone else on 17 goes, and Shox is like, okay, boys, it's up to me again.
I got this.
I got to try and make this happen. And the good thing is here, though, there's not too much being given to him at the moment in terms of a fight. He's obviously prone, he's hidden away, he's not taking his position away at this point. Ensis again trying to fire onto Actors.
Oh, that's a good nade. Unfortunately, that's taken down. Winner will get the knock on towards Avakin, though. Now they do have one more player to deal with in RDK. And of course, the guys in Nova heard all these shots fired. Nova actually in a really good spot out there on the eastern side of the road. They have plenty of room to work with, and their only real threat is Rangers. Winner, though, will get the finish off as Rangers try and hold off their countrymen in Ensis Force on the northern side.
The play from the Koreans today seems so much better.
They're on point.
Yesterday they were up there, right? It's not like we're not throwing shade on them in any way. They played well. But today, things have changed. These teams have come to play. They're bringing their A game right now. And Actors, once again, they're the team that are looking, hey, look, we've had good circles. We're playing it well. We're now trying to engage in some of these fights to be whittled down to the last 18. But it's Rangers Babo. They're trying to get in there and get some additional kills, despite already having one man taken out of the equation for the team. Rangers are the ones that want to be able to do further damage, putting the pressure on massively now onto the Nova team. Can he get anything else finished off? Continues to take the shots. They're all coming his way, and that's brilliant. Perfectly played. Pixel perfect. Can he get the finish? Continues to fire off the shots. Yak's fighting in the blue. He doesn't even care. He's then going to get knocked.
He's committing. I'm going to die anyway. Let me at least kill something, but not going to happen.
He's like, I will spend this ammo. I will make it work. I like just continuing to fire through it all.
Almost ends out, but not quite so. In the end, Yak does go down to the blue as well. Now, SSS trying to make their full-on YOLO play across the field here. They know their position was not to be played from, but now they're running from one fight straight into another. LSN all by himself up against the entirety of the Rangers. But look at this, Son Yang on the eastern side, on the northern side, could make a push, but not going to happen. Juanita already there. And maybe, just maybe, these guys in Actus can go back-to-back victories.
And this was very unlucky there for Entus. They had such good circle control. They looked like to be in a nice position. And then when they started to start to move, they went down on man. Now they're eliminated out of it. The Rangers players, they've taken a lot of damage onto LSN there. He is the sole survivor trying to make it work. Nova's in a similar situation as well.
And once again, it is a double Korean team in the top 5. Last time it was 3, but not quite so this time around. Ensis did get taken out just before. AHQ, though, this is the first time they've made it this far as well.
This is the solo Nova player. Hulk knows exactly where he is. They've got this on top of the roof play, the confident style coming out. Rangers are still firing off, and Nova will be eliminated. 5th place is all they managed to secure. We've got our top 4. AHQ are in it as well. How long have we waited to say that for, Toby?
Yeah, exactly. SSS, the same thing. Such a stellar team, but have not had things going for them. Now it's all up to LSN by himself to do something. And this circle, fortunately, goes towards him, but even more so, goes right up towards the winners of the last game in Actus Red.
Actors does have to be careful, though. They're so up high at the moment. Their position's certainly known. They've got a lot of control, but it's Rangers who are trying to creep round and come in a little bit closer to be a bit more of a nuisance to them all. And I like this now. We've changed up a bit for Actos, splitting up Star-Lord again. Look, further away than everyone else. But they've got to be so careful of SSS. LSN's been just sat there chilling prone this entire time. He's made it to top 4. He's made it to some distance of points, but now has he been spotted out?
Yeah, you can see Starlord has a pretty good indication he's down there. Probably saw the helmet there as well. Yep, he'll see him bob around over there on the other side of the road. Rangers, though, have to deal with them first, and we know these solo players can be such a deadly force towards these teams trying to make it into the game with a lot of people alive. Rangers, still 3 guys on their feet, will have to push through LSN, and now AHQ trying to do something to get some room to work with. Gets a good headshot in, but there's still a long way to go to the circle.
It's all well and good getting a couple of headshots on point, but they need a lot more than that, AHQ, because as soon as they took their first shots, the rest of Actos turned around, and now they will eliminate them. 4th place is what HQ will go down with. A good placement for them, though. It's been a quiet overall couple of days for them. But Actos, once again, they're feeling it. They're ready for it. And Rangers will be the team that finish off LSN. Now we're down to both Korean teams remaining. It's a 4v3. And Rangers, this isn't impossible for them to do, but look at the positions here from Actos. Starlord's working his way around. The huge nade comes off there.
They need to suck to bring out one more of those games he did yesterday with 9 kills in the very first game of the day. And Crazy Fragger and him. And we'll have to see if he can deliver in this 3 versus 4 there. On each side of the road, we have the dead man space up on the middle of things. But let's see where the circle goes. It actually, once again, dead center in the middle. Next circle, one pretty much could showcase if it goes to either side or the other, will be determine the winner.
I love Babo's awareness, though, right? He knows what Starlord can do. Occasionally, these teams have played each other so many times right across their regular seasons in their own region. They know the kind of game style that will be coming in, so it's a bit of mind games at the same time. And Starlord knows that he's kind of got that peaker's advantage. And now we're going to see it again. We're going for this rooftop play. We're going to go get ourselves some more high ground advantage in it. Rangers, though, they've racked up 9 kills. Imagine getting 9 kills and the win here at the same time. They've really got to try and just pick one player of Actor's off here and try and give themselves a further advantage to work with.
Now the new circle does go over primarily, like you can say mostly towards the eastern side, but there are a bit of the western reds remaining. If they have any nades remaining, wait for that circle to pin all the way in, and that's when you throw your Molotovs. That's when you throw your nades, because if you cannot see them, they are in that little dip on the other side by that time, because these circles are hurting so much, you do not want to be out in the blue. But it looks like they're actually going to, are they pushing over? No, not yet at least.
About to say, do they really want to do it? Because Rangers have got the advantage in terms of spacing here. It's going to force Actos to either get close to the road or come out of side of the dips. Few shots being fired off there. Can't quite make it connect just yet. Looking for some sort of an option. The grenades get thrown down. It's smokes galore. They're trying to bring some coverage up as well. Starlord still playing around towards the left-hand side. He wants to keep them guessing. He wants to keep applying the pressure. And certainly it's keeping Babo very busy at the moment, which is splitting Rangers up, which they can't really afford to do. They don't have the positions. Actors are going in for the push. The first shots come in. Hulk's getting it done. Babo does reply. 10 kills coming out for OB Rangers. It's really true back and forth right now. Hulk's still up. He's got his teammate with him. There's a lot of damage being done. Suck is so low, though. He needs to be able to get this done. The smoke's there. He's trying to get the heal in. Hulk narrowly misses the shots there. Comes in with a reload. He's got to play this so cautiously. He's looking for it, but can't quite see him. Look at the smoke coverage. Hulk proned as well. They're looking for it. Just 1 second, and there it is. Hulk finds one, looks in for the second. Miming's to get it done. Hulk, it's all up to him, though. 1 versus 1. Who's going to see who first? Babo got 38 health. Hulk on 77, 3 kills on Hulk. He's been a machine, but Babu's up on 6, and it happens. It comes underway, and Actos Stars Red go for back-to-back victories to start day 2.
That is absolutely insane. We have played a total of 7 games at this point, and the guys in Actus and the guys in Luminous Stars have 6 of those wins.
This is going to make this more close than I can even. I'm trying to do maths real quick here, Toby. This could see that Actors now go into first place, I believe. Because I don't think there was enough kills on L-Stars. They've had 2 games now where they've fallen early and not really had too much impact in the game whatsoever.
We saw the guys, this is the exact same picture we saw after the last game. What went wrong? They were so close to getting it, but one thing that came a key factor in this one, Actus Red had those yellow houses for such a long time. They had the hard cover. They never needed to use any of their utility. Every time a team came close, they would just use their weapons to keep them at bay, whereas the guys in Rangers, they were out in the open on the eastern side of the road for such a long time. They needed those smokes thrown all the time, and when it came down to it, the only reason that the guys in Actus could push across, they had nades all over the place. They had a billion smokes to throw as well, and it helped them out.
Now, one thing, Actos, remember, they did not qualify through the regular season. In regular season, they did not place very high at all. Didn't make it within the top 3 to get the qualifying spot. It wasn't until the grand finals that they got first place, and the only other team that came close to them was OP Gaming themselves. And how is it so funny that they battle it off back between each other, right to the wire, a true 1v1, and what a way for them to get it done. OP Rangers, I think they can still be very happy with what they managed to achieve there.
For sure.
Because they had the man disadvantage, and they still managed to force it into a 1v1. They had a good position to play off of as well, but it just came right to the wire, so close. Babbo was doing everything he can, but I just felt that Actos, they managed to keep him under control, right? Because Star-Lord's position, until Star-Lord went down, Rangers knew they couldn't leave it, because he was just going to come and sideswipe them in any way that he could. Beautiful to see.
They played it so smart. They knew that they could not. So we talked about like on the little dip on the other side. If we stay here, we're going to die. We need to make the push across the road. Fortunately, they had plenty of utility to work with, and it helped them out.
I'm waiting to see what the points is. I believe from what we saw there, Actos have taken first place. I'm thinking like 67, 68 points potentially, depending on how many kills we ended up with there. Damn, it's not updated yet. I'm still waiting.
Wait,
I want to see where it goes
I was wrong.
down.
We've only played 6 games so far.
Yeah.
We've played 6 games and only had 2 winners.
See?
That's absolutely insane. 2 triple chicken dinners.
Who
in
would have
6
who would have
games.
expected it? Who would have expected it?
That's absolutely insane.
Do we want to wait now and we'll give everyone what the results are? Should we wait a little bit?
No, well, let's just do we do that?
Yeah, we can.
That's
wait
up to you.
Yeah,
You're the host. I'm just sitting here. You know? you're the guy that sends it to break anyway. I'll just hang around.
All right, we won't go to a break just yet because I want to see what this scoreboard's going to look like. I want to see how much of a difference, because let's see Actos now take a bit of a lead. We get back-to-backs come into play. I liked what they were doing there. They had a lot of luck with the circles after they got themselves into position. And that's the one thing I'd say about Rangers in that. They didn't have the circle advantage a lot of the time. It wasn't until towards the end that it started to benefit them. They dropped higher than everyone else. They were the first teams down, and they went for that it didn't go as like a team drop. They went for, okay, no one else has got even close.
Let's split it.
Let's get as much loot as possible. And they managed, even at disadvantages, to take jewels that they shouldn't have been able to win, and just did it off actual pure kind of it was the teamwork that came into play. It is,
and they're making it work. We talked about it yesterday. The games where they folded, the games where they choked, were the games where their communication wasn't on point. Every time you lose that one player early on in the Star-Lord, when the game where he went down because of like the push on in Razak, clear miscommunication. They worked on that, and it's clearly working today.
We don't have an update for you guys just yet, but when we come back, it will be round 7. It'll be another round of Erangel. Do not go anywhere. This is it's just ludicrous how close this is getting already, and we're only at day 2 of 3. Stick with us. When you come back, we'll have all the breakdown for you. We'll have the updates, and we'll tell you who is placing where.
Been a real since my birthday. Stunning on my classmates every first day. By my graduation, I had took off. Candy paint looking hard, leather still soft. Let my main count the money right. Couple during lunch for the appetite. Now everybody wanna be friends. So from now on, every car I gotta have tents. Feeling real presidential. Everybody ain't able, but it's all mental. Homie better switch up his mind state. Ain't had a 9 to 5 since my mom's place. Somehow still have money though. Young little spoiled, but you love it though. Visits to the hood when I feel bored. Yeah, in the hood cause I can't afford. Being had the dream, cash press record. And win Hollywood as my reward. Celebration just because it feel right. I been have followers in real life. I been have followers in real life. They been have followers in real life. Nah, like for real though. I really had like followers in real life. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. These motherfuckers ain't doing. We be the mother. We be the motherfuckers. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Cause these motherfuckers ain't Colgate just to make the smile whiter. You shine hard, but I'm still better. My can go on and go on. So forth and so on and so on. I'm a pro, but my I don't prolong. Or procrastinate, I just perform. Oh, some man perform. She got a pretty little kitty and it perform. Yeah, been nasty, been hood, been classy. Ask me about myself, and I might tell you something. But these motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Still the cool green with the ink skin. Been connected, little been linked in. Like I said, I pre-form, y'all just pretend. Been looking sunny, so let my rain begin. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. These motherfuckers ain't doing. We be the mother. We be the motherfuckers. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Cause these motherfuckers ain't Colgate just to make the smile whiter. You shine hard, but I'm still better. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. 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 Boom. Boom, boom.
We are back for round 7 of the PUBG Asia Invitational. James Banks here, joined by Toby, and it's time to get more action underway. But before we do that, Toby, let's give them a quick rundown of where we are on this leaderboard. Now, Actos today, we've had 2 rounds, and they've had 2 wins and great performances. In the first game, they got 8 kills. In the last game, we just saw 10 kills. That now puts them into first place, ahead of Luminous Stars. Only by 4 points, though. 69 points up on them. Luminous Stars, they've had 2 bombed-out games. Finished in 12th both times. 2 points and 3 points. But it still sees them sit in second place. OGN enters fourth. They are the third-place team. They're down there at the moment, though. Only 44 points. That's 20 points difference in terms of that gap that we're already seeing. Because we've only had 2 winners. 2 winners across this many games is just insane.
It's not something you ever see. But what I like to see with this is, one thing is the team that wins. It hasn't been, I mean, okay, so the last game was a 1v1, could have gone both ways. The game before that, they actually had 3 guys live at the very end. So that was a very, 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 you can say deserved win. It's always a deserved win when they win a game. But the last game could have gone both ways, right? But the fact that it's so many Korean teams making it to the end is a clear sign that these guys, they have spent day 1, maybe not doing that well. Sure, Actors got themselves their win, but other than that, there wasn't a lot of top-notch performances, and they have just adapted. They have figured out what worked, what didn't, and they have said today, these teams play like this, these teams play like that, we need to do this, and it's clearly working.
And within this scoreboard, right, so out of your top 4, 3 of them are Korean. OP Rangers are there on 41 points. The next closest team to them is actually 17. Now, 17, they've only had 1 second place. Everything else has been a bit up in the air. They've been going for more of the kills. But they've now found themselves into 5th place on 28 points. But 28 points on 5th place, where Rangers are on 41 points, the gaps now are becoming so huge. And the reason for this is, it's Enters Force and OP Rangers. They've had some good positions, but it's not like they've been winning games. They've just consistently 2nd, third, second, third,
They're getting in
fourth
there.
occasionally.
Yeah.
And what they're doing is just slowly adding their way up there. And as you said, when it gets down to these smaller circles, it gets down to the end of the game, more opportunity to get them kills to rush in at the end and finish different players and teams off there. This is where we're starting to see teams extend that gap that little bit more and push themselves further towards this big prize pool at the end of it all.
I mean, it very much could be, and now, I mean, we say that, but at the same time, the kind of joke that Luminous Stars have come up with today, which isn't really a joke, it just is such a contrast to the insane performance they had yesterday. Every team can have those episodes. I mean, even the guys in Actors Red could go out and have 2 bad finishing games today, and we could see a big change up to the leaderboard coming into tomorrow. So we never know exactly what's going to happen. That's one thing that I love about PUBG, because you can never rule anything out. Like, until the very last kill, you can never really rule anything out.
RNG, baby. There's always plays into it, right? It's a factor that comes into it across the board, and that's what we love about these Battle Royale games. What brings into that excitement. I still can't get over how Rangers even made it into a 1v1 there at the end.
That's insane.
They were probably sat there thinking like, oh, we could have had that. We're so close. But they should be very happy with what they managed to achieve, because the odds were just stacked against them.
Yeah, they were. I mean, the fact that they can go back-to-back second place. No, I believe it was OG and Entus who got second place in the previous game. But nonetheless, the fact, it was.
Yes.
The fact that they make it so far, 2 games in a row, has got to be like, we're so close. We just need that little more, because they get it working. Even when they're in positions that aren't really good, they can still play around each other. They get things working. We talked about them all tournament long, how the rotations are on point. They get those small spots that they can play around, and they know the map now is back to Erangel again for the last 2 maps. They'll continue to do this thing until it's not working anymore, because they haven't really been contested in doing so far.
Now let's talk about L Stars again, right? Because such a good day yesterday. Can't take anything away from them. Going into today, they've been trying to go into these engagements, but it's just something's not hitting right. And it's not even like you can say, oh, well, they've kind of been countered or been focused on. That's not really come into the equation just yet. They've just not been able to win off them duels. We see YDD's been putting up as best defense as he can. He's been trying to fight them off, keep them at bay. But at the moment, they just can't seem to catch a break. It's not working for them.
No, in the previous game on Miramar, we can kind of rule that one out, because they had a really rough start to the game. They had some really unfortunate rotations. There were 3 Northern hard shifts in a row. They just could not get anything going. And that will happen for you in PUBG. Even the best teams can have those sort of games where it's just like, you know what? There was nothing we could do. Every time we did something that worked for 5 minutes, next circle comes, boom, that entire plan is now swooped out of the picture, right? So those things will happen, and it's the team that's able to adapt and sort of get over that little bump that'll make it into the late stage.
Well, there we are, the team we're talking about right now. Luminous Stars, they were looking so strong in day 1. Things have dropped off just a little bit now, but YDD, he's still up there with such a contribution. Not just in the damage, but just overall as a player. This guy is the man.
He's insane.
He's a true front runner for his boys.
Absolutely insane. I'm not sure if they do the whole MVP system that we see in the PUBG Korean League for these sort of events, where they'll crown one player as the MVP of the tournament, but YDD could very much be one of the contenders for that.
And there we go, Actos, back-to-back wins now, and the man there, Juan2D, or... Juanita, there we go, see, look, the skills in saying it, Toby was going to...
I don't know, I don't even know if I'm saying it correctly. I think I'm saying it correctly. I'm pretty convinced, I'm saying it correctly.
You sound confident when saying it.
Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I'm going with.
But he is a man that's come in and delivered every single time for this team. But in Actos, it's like Star-Lord, right? Even though he maybe not getting super damage or the maximum kills going out there, he's the person who's giving all the information to the rest of the players. He's the teamwork here. He's this scout, the solo scout, the super scout, as we keep calling him, managing to get it done for the team.
The thing is, with those sort of setups, each individual person has their role. Juanita's role is to take those engagements, to get those shots right. He might just be the better fragger, and he shows because the team is set up in a way that utilizes him as the fragger. That's why he pops off. I'm sure the other guys are equally good at shooting. It's just this is his role, and he delivers. AHQ, that team we talked about here in the break, we want to see them come into these late games with 4 guys alive. They have the fragging power, they have the capabilities, but they are just playing a tournament against opponents they're not used to seeing.
And one thing as well that we haven't spoke about is actually some of these teams, yes, you played within your region, but this is the biggest stage some of these players have ever sat on.
Oh yeah.
In terms of crowd, audience, the money behind it, how intimidating that is. Some of these guys are super young as well, right?
For sure.
So this is a new experience. It's all good playing in your local studio. You've got your own home crowd fans cheering with you and all this. Now the pressure's truly on. You've literally got hundreds of thousands of people back home online watching you, having a look at what you're doing and giving you that crucial kind of like, hey, look, I expect this team to do well. And AHQ were one of those teams. So far, it hasn't quite been there for them, but they did manage 4th place this time around, which was at least an improvement upon what we've seen so far.
We talk about them and how they haven't performed. We have to keep in mind, in the qualifiers, they win 4 games back to back. They are a team that are capable of doing these things. They've just been spending a little more time than others, because we see the Koreans, from day 1 to day 2, they've adapted. They've done what's needed. That's why we see them in the first 2 games here going so far up the leaderboards. They do something that really, really works now. If AHQ can get that going, can figure out what's our spot in this lobby, how can we play around these teams? Maybe we have to be a little less aggressive. Maybe we have a little more aggressive. If you can find that sweet spot and find your space within the lobby, I'm not talking where you drop. It's just the synergy of the entire lobby, like all the 16 teams there. If you can find your spot and what in that lobby can make it work for you, I think AHQ could be a team to be dealt with.
Now, would you say that AHQ are kind of still playing their own game at the moment and maybe need to change up a bit? Or are they kind of being scared off?
I don't think we've seen today them play the caliber that we know they can. I mean, when they had that push up, when they pushed down towards the guys from, I believe it was Airwolf in the Southern Field, they eliminated them. They played extremely well. Sure, 2 guys got to play it off and escape, but they had 3 guys there, pushed it well, recording together. Then the next circle hard shifts north. They were running into into Actors Red in the middle of the field, couldn't do anything. Things happen like that in the end game, but unfortunately, not a whole lot for them. Now we will get to see here game. It's just about to start. The hype music has come in, and here we have, once again, all the green Razer headsets.
Okay, 4th down, 2nd across on the left-hand side. Best man ever to wear a headset. This is obviously the pro skills.
I'm gonna wear it. I'm gonna wear my headset like that when we come, before we start next game. That's what's gonna happen.
When we're back on camera.
Just so you guys know what. Just so you guys know what to look for. Just so you guys know what to look for.
Well, it's round 7. We're going into another attempt at a wrangle once again.
Military.
But yeah, come on, please.
Just one chaos. One chaos
give
game.
us. Is there? Come on, potential. Wait.
This is a good circle, though. We haven't had a northern circle. We have not been north of the river yet in all of this tournament. This is extremely interesting, because some of these southern teams will probably still go there. I would assume to see at least the Freak of Freaks down in Fairpier. But as I say that, nobody's jumping out of the plane. No military teams, no Fairpier teams. And the thing about the northern side of the river, there are not a lot of compounds up there. So if everybody's opting to get a spot up there, it's simply not going to happen.
Now, where are the Purple Mood esports team going to jump? They usually go up and play towards the northwestern corner. Is that going to be something they opt for this time
They're
around?
still playing. I mean, they've been around. They've been around the map as far as loot goes, but we'll have to wait and see where they're planning on jumping. They were I think were they the team in Stalpa last game? I think they were in Stalpa last game. But now they looks like they're going up towards Severnian. They got a Freak of Freaks with them up there. So interesting turn of events. We'll have to see who comes out on top in that area of the map. The guys in Armory Gaming up there as well, but now Luminous Stars making their way down towards the southwestern side, where they've been going all tournament long, jumping alongside the other guys in the top in Actors Red.
All right, it's time to see what L-Stars can do this time around. No one dropping near them. It gives them a little bit more of an advantage to work with, right? Gives them something to play with early on here. And okay, this is going to be a double drop near each other. So we've got a Freaker and the Purple Boys getting close range early on. A Freaker a little bit more spread out at the moment.
There you go. EG getting in on the action. Armory Gaming, do not rule them out just yet. And there you go. One more kill coming in, though. It's going to be Envy with the double knock with the burst action or automatic Glock. That's not a weapon we see kills with so often, but double kill with a Glock. That's... You know what, Asia? You continue to surprise me.
Yeah, and he's reaping the benefits of that straight away. Already 3 players eliminated this early on. And oh my god.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Just for the memes. Do it. No, HQ lives to see another day.
That is very
When you're in the
awful.
parachute like that, you're like, oh no. There's nothing you can do. You can try and swoop left and right, but in the end, you just gotta send it. Imagine if in the game you could like hit the parachute, so put holes in them, so you start falling down faster. That would be awful. K3 trying to make it safely up towards the top there as well. looks like he will be able to land without any damage done.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting version of how we start this game off. Afrika still well aware that the purple team is very close to them. They need to be able to just keep an eye on what they're doing. Because like I said, Afrika, they're kind of caught in the middle of it. They're completely surrounded, so it doesn't matter really where they go. The Purple Mood Esports guys are going to be ready and waiting. Now, Rangers, this time around, over towards the eastern side of the map. They've got Nova just above them. CJ enters, though, in the meantime. They are down at the bottom, the south side, trying to make it work. Well, L-Stars, they're going to be very happy for finally, they're not meeting this early contestants. They'll be able to just hold back for a moment, and they'll be able to get their loot and maybe play out a game that they really want to try and see happen, similar to what they had yesterday.
Interesting to me that L-Stars actually decided to swoop underneath the guys in Axis and go take the container area. They've been jumping around the hospital southwest area on or just west of that area before, but look at this now, the Glock with NB, boom, 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 there you go, that's one kill, get the reload in, there you go, gets the second as well, doesn't even need to aim down sights. That is the firepower of these pistols early game. We saw it with the Uzi last game. When you don't have a vest, when you don't have a helmet, doesn't matter what weapon you have, you'll be taking a lot of damage, and if you're shooting fast enough, that is a kill done very quickly.
That's the thing, right? Where that Glock came into play, it was very interesting because actually he was going up against one player that had even the UMP there, right? So the damage he was able to do there worked out in his favor. And now the AG team's going to be very like, okay, where do we go from here? we're down and out of this from the very early beginnings. Do we just turtle up straight away?
You want to say yes, but then again, when it's Asia, you never know what their plan is. I mean, we've seen a solo guy in, I believe it was Star-Lord, when he was in Gatka, just stand on the roof with the Kar 98 and tap away at people. Like, you're a solo player, you're not supposed to be doing this. But, I mean, yeah, we're surprised. There's a whole other level, and I don't want to call it confidence, because it's not that any people in the Western scene playing the style that we used to see, it's not that they don't dare take those shots. They're confident in how they shoot. It's just I guess they prioritize sneaking around and like keeping the odds in their favor, I guess you can say, rather than trying to go out and get a fortunate shot on someone.
Now Style, Jaden up high, Style going through the window. The Afrika team, they know how close some of the Purple players are. It's just this waiting game. Now look at Purple. They're not looking for it. They're just hanging back at the moment. They're waiting for someone to come to them. Where Afrika, they're almost getting this itchy feet moment where they're thinking, okay, look, we really want to try and get a bit of an engagement here, find some sort of an advantage, but we're going to have to wait and see how this kind of unfolds as the L-Stars players are going to look to make themselves a little bit more of an information scouting play here on WNNN.
The main issue with that is they're keeping each other at bay for way too long. They're pretty much just tripping up each other by being in this area both. They can't loot because they're afraid to run into a building where there's an opponent, and they can't leave because they're afraid to get shot at when they leave. So they're just stalling each other for so long, and that means bad loot, that means no opportunity to rotate, and that could come to cost both teams in the end.
Now easy. Aldo and WDD all together.
Almost all together. They got one guy that made it across. They've gone from the 4 guys in one vehicle to 3. I like it.
And look who's so close behind them. Star-Lord's
if there were 2 guys in this, I was going to say, they have to shoot back. They have to shoot at him, right? And Star-Lord is actually turning around now. He does not want to be part of that at all. Indigo does get in on the action once again. So the guys in the LG made their way over the river, and he will not give them a chance to do anything.
Yeah, WNN's in a nice spot there. He was there nice and early. Lots of damage being done. Can he try and get the finish off?
That would be the player to take out early on. If they can take out Juanita this early, that's a lot of firepower limited for Actus Red.
Yeah, Juanita, as we spoke about in our pre-game, it was very much him leading the charge, him doing the damage, him being kind of the point.
Him rolling down the hill with the vehicle.
Good aim. Maybe not the guy you want driving the car. He's
That's how it is. Well. You know, there's a driver, there's a shooter. We all have our designated roles, right? We know that he can shoot. Maybe the driving. Yeah, we're just kidding, of course. Everybody can flip a vehicle, even the best we see that all the time. Actually, I'm gonna compliment these guys. Speaking of that, how well and how few kills have happened with vehicles so far. But now we see Afrika. They have committed to the pusher shot. You said they were itchy and they had trigger fingers. Now let's see if they can find the Poochie sitting out here.
Well, they've spotted him. First few shots going to be fired off, and once again, it's the Uzi able to get a knock here early on. They're going to try and fire off against him. Roa's taking some damage, going to go and try and get the bandages off on himself, keep himself nice and healed up. Roa's going to go in for the push. moment. He's got himself a nice bit of cover, at least for now. Styles found one in the meantime, though. A bit of back and forth. The knocks are coming in. It's so crazy right now, and that was too close for comfort. Afrika got to be so careful because Yoshi's going to start to make his way around here, and there's so many knocked players. Look where Style is. He's still quite far away, and it's a bit of a battle of who can get there first.
The fact that he got around the corner, got that knock in, and played it the way that he did almost cost Afrika 3 players. That would have been absolutely horrible. Fortunately, not the case. They managed to play it smart there in the end. But peeking one by one like that, that is very, very dangerous.
Yoshi
that nade is going to take out someone.
Rosar.
Goodbye, Rosar. That's going to be right on top of him. Well cooked by Yoshi as well.
Oh, and the second one in.
The flush off, that's exactly what he wanted, but now him being all by himself, realized, you know what, that one kill, sure, it's a great point, but I do want to stay alive for a little while longer. Afrika Freaks, though, they have other plans.
Yeah, they're on the hunt. They want to be able to find Yoshi definitely now.
You killed our friend. What are you doing?
It's revenge time. The hunt continues. He is playing it well, though. They're coming through. He managed to at least get another knock there. But
I get so scared when they push these
will
buildings.
eliminate Purple Mood Esports. So this team that we spoke about who's starting to do a little bit better, right? They've worked their way up the rankings. Going to be the first team eliminated here in round number 7. Not ideal for these guys. And oh my god, Actos has to be so careful here. Vehicle on fire.
HP on that vehicle. Add one more bullet with that AK hit on towards Korea, which has still been killed. That would have been enough. But Show now is going to be the one taken out. So 17 Gaming, once again, early on in trouble. We saw Shocks a couple of times. Now has been the solo player remaining for their team. And unfortunately, Show goes down yet again.
No, Juanita. You spoke about it. Here's the point man. He's the one getting these shots off that we love to see. He's going to take some damage himself, though. Gets the first aid kit in the smoke. He's going to give himself that nice bit of cover. He's actually got 2 players from AG close to him, but his teammates going around the side as well.
AG can do something here, honestly. I mean, they had that insane triple kill, which netted them some points, but now they've already lost 2 players, and that's kind of been their thing. It's not that they land on top of players and get those fights really early. They just run into trouble really early. And we do see the new circle shift over towards the northeastern side. And again, the further east we go here, the fewer the compounds, the more scarce and open the terrain. And if you do not have a good place to play from, being out in the open in the later circles in this area of the map, it's very, very difficult.
And enters Force doing what they do best, playing just around the edge.
Yeah.
Going to go reposition themselves, heading out towards the north at the moment. AHQ, they were under some quite heavy fire from some of the other Rangers players, but at the moment they're a little bit split up, which is a worrying sign for this team, who have had 2 solid placements so far.
Well, we'll have to see if they can get that win here with a 3rd and a 2nd place. Is that the countdown to the win, or is it not? C enters again with their vehicle rotation. You mentioned it yourself, James. That's what they do, and that's what's been working today. Well, I hope for them that they can keep things going in their favor. Now the guys in Crest Gaming. Crest and Sun Sisters, they have been the teams that have been taking these, well, pretty much land, pick up a weapon, and fight people engagements. This time around, they didn't. Now they're 4 guys alive, and they have a chance to make something happen up here. They're listening and hearing, and all the guys from Lincoln pushing around the corner. Timon is down to low HP as well. Won't be able to spot him, though. He has the ridge to work with the bike there, but there are more people coming in.
He's so lucky for that ridge as well. Damage again. Donnie takes
1 HP!
Oh my, Timon.
More people
3
shooting.
Health. The shots are coming in. Ro was trying to finish him off. Somehow can't make the bullets connect. 3 health and a green, but Timon will be finished off. Finally, Afrika are going to be the team to do it.
Juanita taking it down. He got the knock onto damage, but Booyah will say, you know what, you ain't taking down my friend. I will take down you in return. And not only did he get the knock, he also got the flush on towards him. So now we'll have to see, for the first time, I believe, Axis playing 3 guys live, not with Juanita on the team.
A lot of action at that.
Why are they 3 guys in 1 vehicle? They must have driven past a vehicle.
Yeah, we got more vehicles. Oh no! Oh no!
No, easy. That's not what you want to do. Your team is rotating. You cannot run into the vehicle like that. Fortunately, there are smokes, but they're under fire. If he goes down because of it, that's going to be a loss they simply cannot afford.
Yeah, L-Star we hyped them up from yesterday. They played extremely well yesterday, but I feel like something has changed, and little things like this are just tilting moments that can
it's
throw
frustrating.
you off your
it's
game.
really, really frustrating to have these sort of things happen to you. Now, fortunately, they did all get back up. There is a little bit of damage down. And actually, you see Easy taken down again. Libra will finish him off this time around. There's no saving grace. And oh my god, that is a frustrating play for them. Now the vehicle spins out in the middle of the open. The entire momentum they have going yesterday just not seeming to work out today.
He wants to do some more damage here as well. Shocks firing off. And the problem here is that Hellstar are just going through kind of the main fire zone at the moment, right? 3 different teams shooting in on them. They've already lost 1 player as well. It's not looking good.
And that's kind of the thing with these circles. I talked about this northeastern area of the map not having a whole lot of trees. You can see how open it is around here. If you do not have a compound, if you don't have some of these ridges like you see Afrika being on right now, it's so difficult to make space for yourself. So this little shack here is really literally the best they can sit with. You see YDD with his weapons there, trying to see if he can do anything to shoot, but every time he peeks, there's just 5 shots coming his way.
Now for Actos, right? What's this dynamic going to be? Because we've lost Juanita.
And they know that it's Elstar sitting over there.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? For Actos, they know this is direct competition for points. If we can finish them off, absolutely brilliant. SSS are coming into it as well. At the same time, LGE,
wow.
see
M24 out of the vehicle.
Brilliant work being done there. And Afrika, they keep coming onto the scoreboard time and time again now.
Yep, they're doing, saying it cannot just be the other 3 guys from Korea popping off. We want to have a good game here as well. And they are starting to accumulate some kill points. Winner will be finished off and actually going to be stolen there by Suck. Only 12 bullets remaining in his weapon, and might want to get himself some more ammo if you want to be able to shoot coming into the final few circles in this one. Milk and 3K, they're all making a run for it. SR went down as well, and now once again HQ not able to play the Smash Mouth kind of play style that we know them for.
Still 15 teams remaining. We've seen a lot of players be kind of knocked down on a regular basis, brought back up, some extras being eliminated here. So many teams down to just a couple of players left there. And LGE, again, we saw them have a pretty good game, what, once or twice yesterday, if I'm right? But now, this time around, again, they're the ones being pushed back out of it. They're having to play the solo style once again. Rangers, though, they've had multiple good places, and they've still got 4 alive. They're playing the circle correctly. Right close to them is AHQ, who they're going to want to be able to deliver some damage onto. Oh, and this is that shot we didn't get to see. Absolutely brilliant, straight out the car.
That's a feels good, man. That is a feels good, man.
That's a hype moment where you go,
it
cool,
sure
I'm feeling it. I'm hitting the shots now. Let's see what else I can get done.
We
Crest
talked
Gaming.
about Crest just before them trying to get a better game this time around, though not quite the case. Will go out in 15th place. The Japanese guys not really able to get things going their way this time around. But of course there are plenty of players remaining in the game. Airwolf just exactly making their way inside that little shack, and that's what they have to play around. There simply is not anything else in this area of the map.
It's so open, which is when these vehicles as well are going to come into very good use of cover for a lot of these teams. Because, like you said, no buildings to hide between, no extra loot to be found either. It's going to be a lot of this kind of, how stupid can we be? How can we stay out of some of these fights? We don't want to enter just yet as Rangers are looking to pick apart some more here. Damage being done. Esker's just jumped into the fray, and he's going to be able to try and finish them all off with a bit of a help there from Babo. They're jumping straight out into it. They're going to go in for the loot. But Kale, he sees this, and he wants to try and make some shots come in there. He's staying in for the fight. The smoke is down. He's just going to go and take the shots. Can't quite make him connect just yet, though.
And again, this is the playstyle we want to see from AHQ. But there needs to be 4 guys alive to execute these sort of plays. So unfortunate for them it doesn't work out. We see that they want to do these sort of things. They just cannot keep 4 guys alive for long enough in order to pull these kinds of plays off. And this is where it becomes interesting, because like last game, when you have actors sitting inside the yellow houses, this time around, if you're in the open, you're forced to already now start throwing those smokes, throwing everything you have in order to grant yourself some sort of cover. The teams that are sitting in compounds now that won't have to leave for another circle or 2, they will have such a huge advantage once these fights do end up going out in the open.
And that's exactly what we're going to wait for. Actos, okay, despite having lost their big heavy hitter, their point man, they're still managing to stay strong. They've got a nice little bit of a building to work off of, but for how much longer will they be able to keep it? LGE, he's all alone. He's desperately just trying to find some sort of an opening potential to get some kills on board here. Oh, this is very nice. Moza, we said about he was feeling it with that nice shot he took onto the vehicle. He's looking to do some more damage here, but Armory Gaming will be eliminated by him, and he is just playing this so well. Pivotal positions, good, but just a good spot for him to play from there. He deals the damage onto him on the car, and they didn't really stand a chance.
Really well played by Moza there. Ahang took the shot on towards him, and that's a dangerous shot to take when you're a solo player outside the circle all by yourself. Now we'll see Starlord tries to go for the long range Kar98. Guys in the vehicle. Guys! No! No! But I mean, they're here. They're inside the circle. It works. They heard all the shots being fired. They know that RQ might be a solo player remaining. So for Moza, good luck, boy. You could take out the 2 guys, but can you do it 1v4 as well?
He's also got to be careful of the LGE player. Still sat in the blue at the moment, just waiting it out. He's taking damage, but it's not too massive just yet, and he actually manages to take him down. Brilliant from that distance, but now he needs to get out of the circle. His position's going to be known. He's using the first aid kit. Is he aware that SSS are so close? They're getting back in the vehicle as well, and why are they doing this to us, Toby? 4 in 1 vehicle. Who's going to punish them for this?
The thing is, for this area from them, there are only 2 guys in the vehicle now. They only make that 3 actually. 1 guy will go down. I guess that's the that's the cause of it. You want to see if you can make your way over. Didn't really work out the way you wanted. But Ahang now full sprint mode might just catch Sapek off guard. Spots him. Does get the knock onto him, and now things are starting to fall apart for SSS.
Really nice work. That's 2 extra kills for his team as he starts to make his way up. Now looking for him though. Arrow Wolf well aware. Looks like they're going to try and get that shot, and that's what he does. LG is eliminated. A good effort nonetheless. You can't really fault him because he was in such a difficult position. He definitely gave his position away when he's getting them extra kills in there, but this is slow and steady, kind of wins the race here. L-Stars though, still in it. Still right on the edge of the circle at the moment. Nova's in a really solid position in terms of those circles dropping in on them. But it's Rangers and Entus Force, the Korean teams, as well as Afrika, right near the top at the moment.
Yep, trying to do everything they can to hold off these guys. They know they have to push alongside them inside the circle. All of them are out in the open. I'm not even sure if Afrika have vehicles available at this point. They've been up in this area of the map for a long time, and they pushed out of Severny. So they probably didn't bring any vehicles with them when they made the leave from there. So we'll have to see once they have to push up in the uphill terrain up towards the other SSS team. If that'll work out. Hulk now, headshot towards him, down to low HP. We'll be able to get the meds up though.
Now this is also where we're going to see not just the vehicles being used, but so many more of these smokes being deployed. They're trying to give themselves as much cover as possible. The grenade usage is going to be absolutely key in trying to secure this victory. Afrika going into the cars, get themselves a bit more of an opportunity to rush back in here. But what they want to do is ensure that they're not going to be picked off here, as Actors are looking to try and act on it.
Actors, though, as much as they want to act on things, they are starting to take a lot of shots in their direction. Super Suicide Squad doing everything they can to take them out before they start getting into this group of picking people off and all over the place. Oh, these vehicles, they do not have a lot of HP style. Trying to see if he can crawl inside the shack. Not going to happen. Auto taking him down. Jaden is outside the building. Roa sitting inside doing everything he can to stay alive. And now for Suck trying to make the run down here as well, as their compound went outside of the circle. That nade is going to be really deadly. Oh, taking both the Rangers guys down to low HP.
Quickly getting their first aids off their Nova. They are in basically the optimal position you can find here, right? Actos, they get eliminated. No triple win on the cards for these guys. They're eliminated 9th place. We're not biased at all.
Not biased at all. Really good job
these
coming
nades,
in.
Entus Force, they keep doing it. Nade after nade coming in. Damage being thrown up.
A little further will do it. Xian Yang really, I mean, there is smoke there for cover, so they don't know exactly where he's sitting, but had that nade been just a bit to the right, doesn't matter if you have that little freak on, that will take you out. YDD out of the vehicle, you go 61, and down he'll go as well. L-Stars, this might be what they need. They see that Afrika Freaks have been eliminated. They need to regain the points if they want to get back up into first place.
You mean Actor's been eliminated, not Afrika Freaks?
That is exactly what I meant.
That's the one, that's the one.
Exactly what I meant, thank you.
That's all right. Afrika Freaks are hanging in there, though. Roa's the only one left alive in that little building. He's just going to probably turtle up and hide himself in because the rest of his team got absolutely obliterated trying to run in for that cover. L-Stars playing right on the edge of the blue and trying to push their way in. SSS are still up there with 2 players.
Yeah.
Rangers, though, they've been cut down as well. They've been able to hold strong for so long, but now they're just fighting out in the open. They're trying to use the little ditch to kind of give themselves some cover. They do find the kill onto Seongjan, though, at least, who was throwing all those grenades. He's knocked down and then will be finished off. Shocked is the one to do it.
Show went down really early for 17 Gaming, but 17 actually has one of the best spots in this circle, I'd say. Up in the southeastern side, up on the shack, they have a little ridge to work around there and plenty of room to maneuver because there's a hill up towards the east, there's a hill down towards the south, so none of these players can really contest them if they don't push all the way up and over. And when they do, all these other teams that are on the other edges of the map, they will spot them doing so. We talked yesterday about teams kind of help out one another. 17 Gaming can get a lot of help from other teams if they will be forced to make a push on YDD once again. SSS just not catching a break. Now the move does come in from Enter's Force, and they're not getting a chance to do anything here.
Yeah, they're not letting this leave whatsoever. Enter's Force is going to be eliminated now. It's not going to be their time. More of the Korean teams drop in, and YDD, he's come to play. He said, I've had enough of being eliminated early on. I need to see some of that success we had in day one. I want to deliver the damage onto this team. But Aerowolf, these last 2 games have been making their way up, and look at the position they're in now. 3 alive, they've had 8 kills so far. Can they continue to eliminate some more teams? Applying some heavy pressure here onto L-Stars as they have to now start to push back in. They're trying to use the smoke as some sort of cover, but is it going to be enough here as Esker and Suck are still up on Rangers? They're still able to get some kills on the board, and Nova actually are being pushed out of the way of that position they had to at least give them good cover in that compound.
Look at how open this terrain is. In comes one, but YDD not expecting Roa inside that compound, inside that shack make that. Taken down, unfortunately. Win is making the run up. Nate comes in, not going to do a whole lot of damage, and unfortunately, a good player gone. 1 HP remaining for Win. He's still alive somehow. Might just be able to pull off the meds here as well.
Afrika, though, they will be eliminated in 6th place. L-Stars managed to get it done. They've nearly pushed themselves into the points. 17 to go and try and go for that crate. Aerowolf, he's sat in the middle of it, and they're like, okay, we know he's here somewhere, but where on earth is he? He's going to drop that molly out, potentially. Did that go down? No, puts another smoke down. He's got the molly ready. Molly drops on the floor. Can he make it work? Aerowolf, he's trying to play this so smart. He's just trying to hang in there some way, somehow, but Esker, he's been knocked down by the Nova players.
He actually goes down. There you go. In the end, we'll get him down and out. Esker taken down. Suck still alive. The 2 key players for yesterday's game number 1. Suck with 9 kills in that. We know he's capable of dealing a lot of damage, but he has all of Monster Shield to deal with just on the other side of the road. They've been in this dip for a long time. Everybody knows where they are. And now Esker goes down again. That's going to be Win with the SLR double kill. Coming in there, helping out Nova just a little bit. We haven't seen Nova a lot in the late game, but this combat has helped them out a lot now, though. They will most likely... Nope, not yet. Not yet be forced to push out, but 17 Gaming, we know they're capable. 2 Chinese teams, and the guys make that 3 Chinese teams, actually, isn't it? I might. No, it's not. It's not. Never mind. Never mind.
Nova's from.
Yeah, Nova, and they're Chinese. Yeah, Nova, they're from. I'm trying to think now as well. That's it. That's not.
We haven't been able to talk
it's
about
from the
Taiwanese
Taiwanese Hong Kong Macau qualifier.
Taiwan.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
Taiwanese.
There we go.
Yeah. But nonetheless, an interesting circle to be had here. 17 Gaming, a really good spot up there. The guys in L-Stars, yeah, the guys in L-Stars, no vehicle available. Most likely no smokes either. Oh, you see Win with 2 smokes there. It's going to be very tough for them to get out of this one.
I'll recover a little bit here. Nova has got a really good position. This compound's worked out perfectly for them. The smokes are going to be deployed. They're going to try and give themselves a bit of an option to work with here.
Yeah.
L-Stars also firing into 17 as well. So actually, they're kind of making this a little bit more difficult for themselves than they need to, because now they're going to have both teams firing in on them, and both teams have got a massive advantage over them.
The worst thing is here, normally you'd see this, and then the teams would be shooting at the other teams, shooting at them.
Yeah.
But here, they're both in a position where none of them can see each other, so it's all the people remaining on the server shooting down towards Addo and Win. They need to get a knock. They do get Lipro down to a low HP, but Win going down here, assuming to see Addo doing the same in just a moment. But as we see that, look at this, Animi tried to push up while all this happened. Smart idea by him, but the execution just wasn't there. L-Stars will go down in 3rd. Great upgrade from the previous 2 games. Now let's see. 17 Gaming up against the guys in Nova.
And with Actos going out that early and also putting L-Stars back in the points, this might see them go into the lead once again in 1st place.
Could very much do. Yeah, because it was only 5 points separating them, right? So it
Yeah.
should be enough. Should be enough.
And 17, right? They started to make their way up. They're currently in 5th place. A win here would be absolutely huge. The problem is that Nova have such an advantage with that compound. Okay, we've got a bit of a high ground here, and we're seeing them spread out, but is it going to be enough?
You say that now, but if they're forced to leave this coming into the next circle, it's
Then
going to be
they're screwed.
very, very tough. And look at the spread that 17 Gaming have. It can work out so well for them once they do have to lose shots. As we spotted, unfortunately, he had a good position up there. Will be forced to get those meds going now. You with the vehicle. Not sure what he's planning to do with that. But it's going to be interesting. They will see where the new circle goes just about now. This circle is going to be... I can't see exactly if it's in or not. I mean, in any case, the end game will be outside of the compound. And the compound is outside as well. So the guys from 17 Gaming just wait some more until these guys are leaving the compound.
A 3 versus 3. You can see it on the map there at the moment. Good split from 17. Nova obviously pinned down, but they've got the cover, which is their advantage they've got to try and utilize here.
5 seconds till the circle starts closing on in. Libero is trying to smoke off so they can't get the info onto Shox. Maybe he wants to reposition. Could be smart for them to sit at least 2 together and 1 by himself. They are kind of trying to get over together. Now you got the guys in CY on side, making the push up towards the tree. Smart play from him. They get the knock on towards the player as well. 067 and Libero all by themselves. The guys in Nova have a chance to make a huge play here.
Nova have got to get this done. Smokes are down to give him some sort of cover. Shox has fallen.
His shot 067. This is where the Khan 98 becomes so penalizing. We do not connect him. Libero, though, does get the knock onto Pubu. 2 versus 2 now. Who is going to take the win here in game number 7?
Libero goes in to finish him off as well. He wants no chance of avoiding giving away these points that they want to so desperately rack up here. Already getting 8 points. If they can get a further 8 as well, it's going to see him jump even further up this scoreboard. They were quite far behind, but this is their time to shine. They just spots him out as well. CY taking a lot of damage. Will he go down? Not just yet. It's a back and forth, and now it's going to be put into the 1v1. Yu has it all in his hands. He's got the health. He gets the win, and that is it. Nova Monster Shield get a first place, and they finally see themselves work their way up the scoreboards here.
Really, really well done by the guys from Taiwan. Not a region we talk about too much or very often, but great job. They had a little fortunate situation with that compound there for a while, but in the end, they got the kills when they needed them, and really, really well-deserved chicken dinner for the guys in Nova Monster Shield right there.
Toby, Nova Monster Shield are currently in 14th place with 15 points. But how close it is between 14th and 5th, right?
Yeah.
they should now have enough to jump all the way to top 4.
Yeah.
Well,
they'll be top 5. Yeah, for sure. 14th to top 5 in 1 game.
And that's the power
That's the
of a
scoring
solid
system.
game. This is how it can work, because they got the kills on place as well. Nova, like you said, used that compound to their advantage. I liked how they started to position the cars and the vehicles at the end there as well. They were trying to use their advantage, using it as like a bit of a distraction. We'll focus on him. It was so back and forth, but once again, down to a 1v1, right to the wire.
For sure.
He's making that key thing. He's like, little, I have this much health. It's
Yeah.
this close.
1
this
HP. Literally 1 HP. But now we talked about the Koreans making the top 3 so many times. 2 Chinese teams, 17 Gaming, and Luminous Stars in the top 3. Unfortunately for them, none of them winning the game. Really good performance overall for them nonetheless. An important game coming into the final game of today for LS. Such a crazy game yesterday, or a bunch of games yesterday, and now they're starting to feel it again.
Now this is where it's going to get interesting, because L-Stars have certainly gone back into first place now. Actos, it was more on how many kills they would have been able to get at that point to hold them in. I think that's going to be the interesting part that we'll wait and see. But Monster Shield, this now gives them something to work off of. We've worked our way up the leaderboards. Now we're going to see ourselves in 5th place. 17 is going to be definitely close to them as well, because I think they had like 9 kills by the end of that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so it's going to be very touch and go, but this is better, right? We see 17, the team that a lot of teams were talking about, right? They were saying, this is a team we need to be very scared of. This is starting to show, because they've not had consistent placings, but they've had consistent kills, and they've been taking these fights, and they've been taking it to the other teams. This time around, they're actually in the points at the same time, so it's going to be a big change.
I mean, they were the top team coming out of China, and they had an extremely, I don't want to say an extremely good China event coming into this, because they were the only team. That's the insane part of this. That's why we don't see 4AM. We don't see OMG in this tournament. Snake, TC, Victory 5. I could keep going. There's so many good Chinese teams, but none of them are here other than the guys in Luminous Stars. And I mean, of course, there are good Chinese teams here. That's what I'm saying. But the top 10 teams of the Chinese season all of them bunked out except for 17 Gaming. That's insane.
That's all about
That's
it. That's
absolutely insane.
If you're at the top, you're being focused on, you're being looked at, you've got a lot of information to be played off of. When you're the up-and-coming teams, you don't have all that. You can't do as much research on them, right? And that's where it becomes like, oh, look, we can be the surprise story here.
exactly.
We can fight back a little bit. Let's see if we got an update after round 7. It's not quite in yet, so what we'll do is go to another break, but when we come back, it'll be round 8 and the last round of day 2 here. Only one more day remains after this, and my God, this has got close. More teams coming into the mix, and it is certainly not over of who is going to be our champion. We'll see you very soon.
Been a real since my birthday. Stunning on my classmates every first day. By my graduation, I had took off. Candy paint looking hard, leather still soft. Let my main count the money right. Couple during lunch for the appetite. Now everybody wanna be friends. So from now on, every car gotta have tents. Feeling real presidential. Everybody ain't able, but it's all mental. Homie better switch up his mind state. Ain't had a 9 to 5 since my mom's place. Somehow still have money though. Young little spoiled, but you love it though. Visits to the hood when I feel bored. Yeah, in the hood cause I can't afford. Being had the dream, cash press record. And win Hollywood as my reward. Celebration just because it feel right. I been have followers in real life. I been have followers in real life. Been have followers in real life. Nah, like for real though. I really had like followers in real life. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. These motherfuckers ain't doing. We be the mother. We be the motherfuckers. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Cause these motherfuckers ain't Colgate just to make the smile whiter. You shine hard, but I'm still better. My can go on and go on. So forth and so on and so on. I'm a pro, but I don't prolong or procrastinate. I just perform. Oh, some man perform. She got a pretty little kitty and he perform. Yeah, been nasty, been hood, been classy. Ask me about myself, and I might tell you something. But these motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Still the cool green with the ink skin. Been connected, little been linked in. Like I said, I pre-form, y'all just pretend. Been looking sunny, so let my rain begin. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. You the truth, that's what everybody telling me. The way I hit the booth, you would think it was a felony. You do not speak the truth. That you cannot sell to me. You know I speak the truth. That's what everybody telling me. These motherfuckers ain't doing. We be the mother. We be the mother. And these motherfuckers can't tell me. Cause these motherfuckers ain't Colgate just to make the smile whiter. You shine hard, but I'm
Fast and Furious, and I'm not talking about the movies. This is the PUBG Asia Invitational. It is getting towards the end of day 2, and we're at our final round here. And my, oh my, we were looking like we were going to see just a Korean dominance as Toby has taken a very interesting headset approach now.
I figured that since the pros are doing it, then maybe it'll make me cast better too.
Styling, I like it.
Yeah,
Let's see if it works.
I mean, you know, just kind of
caster,
going against the norm. You know, got a trend set. I'm not a trend follower. I'm a trendsetter. So if you're sitting at home and you want to be better at watching the game, just put your headset on like this. Believe me, it will. I can feel it already. It's amazing.
You're embracing the meme of our blessed
I'm really
player.
not. I'm
I
really
want to
not.
find
It
out
was
which
about to
player
fall
that
down,
is.
so I had to put it back to normal. But yeah,
wanna find out
I
the
tried.
player,
It didn't
man.
work for me. I mean, all individual styles, you know.
Yes, definitely individuals.
All individual.
I'll
you know what?
leave you to it. I'll leave you to it. I just want to find out who the player is that keeps wearing it that way.
Yeah, we have to be better. We don't get to see them for a very long time, so I'm like, you just have to spot it real
He's
quickly.
very focused on
It's
having a good
second
hair.
row. Like when you see the picture of all the different players, it's second row, 4 down. Just look at him. The way that he places his headset. There must be a reason for it too.
Hair.
Yeah, maybe
Very
it's like his
important.
hair is so
He loves the
fancy
style.
that. Oh, could be.
It's like mine, man. Just want to keep.
Or maybe it's
all
just
smooth.
because there are 64 players and we just look at all of them, but he wants to be like the
Stand
fine Waldo that stands out. Like, oh my God, we'll look at him every single time now.
It's actually true.
And it's
as well.
working.
We've been
And it's
doing it.
working.
Yeah,
It's working.
He's winning the marketing game.
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
what I'm
He
saying.
certainly is that.
That's what
but
I'm
we want to
saying.
know who's going to win round 8, Toby. That's what
Yeah.
it's all about, because we've seen the 2 Korean wins at the beginning by Actos, right, going for the back-to-backs. Then, from Taiwan, out of nowhere, Nova Monster Shield.
Yeah.
They get that nice compound advantage. They manage to get it done. Now going to round 8, it's our last map of the day, and this is what it all comes down to. Now, I'm going to go take people down the scores once again, because it did get a little bit nutty. L-Stars, now back in first place, 73 points. Actos Red, remember, they finished in 9th, but they only got 1 kill, so they didn't actually change too much. They're now on 70 points. OP Rangers moved up into 3rd place, 48 points. OGN Enters, is in 4th place on 46 points. 17 Gaming, they retained 5th place. Only by 1 point.
Only by 1 point.
Only by
They're
one.
there, though. They're there. They're there.
They're up there in 5th. And then LGE, because of the amount of kills they got, they managed to find themselves into 6th. Then we've got Aerowolf. And remember Aerowolf, they've not placed massively high. We've seen 1 4th place out of
They've
it.
just been there.
Kills.
Yeah, yeah.
Kills. And we've seen a lot better from them today than what we saw yesterday.
sure.
So they've moved their way into 7th. And then 8th, Nova. They managed to get it done. Now, I thought they would have gone higher. The problem Nova had is they spent so much time in that compound. They only got 6 kills total, which is good. But normally towards the end of the circle, you see them get involved a little bit earlier. But they didn't really have to. Remember, it was 7. That's where 17 came into it, because they were picking people off the side.
They were sitting above them, just kind of skylining everything and taking out everyone pushing in. So they really never had to take a fight anywhere. And also the thing with that building they were in, we call it Grandma House because it looks like old Grandma House. You cannot really peek a lot from there, because if you peek one thing, like if you lean peek out one side, There are like 6 different spots that can
Open.
shoot at you. Sure, you can get the rest back up, but they knew for a fact we're inside the circle now.
Yep.
We're going to be in for a while. There's going to be that 5, maybe 6 teams alive when we might have to shift out of here. Fortunately, they did get a few more circles towards
Worked out
them,
for 'em, yeah.
but they would much rather not take the fight early, losing vests, losing helmets, so that would cause them to go down later on in the game. And then say, you know, we'll just chill in here until we're forced to leave. Because then when we do, we have our utility, we have our nades, we have our helmets and our vests, and we'll be ready to take a fight, and that gave them the win.
Yes, certainly so. But can they repeat it, as we're going to be shortly getting into the final game? And this is where I really want to see this L-Stars team come back into it. They had 2 12th place so far. Then they come with a 3rd place with 6 kills. Now it's their time to try and fight back into this.
There he is!
#1 spot. Oh, we see him!
He's right there!
We're going to find out who is it. Go on, zoom in on him. Give us him.
It's Booyah!
Booyah!
Hun Booyah. This, now, I don't know if it's like a substitute player just for now, or if he is actually like full on with the team now. But Armory Gaming, Booyah. You know what? You are a trendsetter, and I love you.
A trendsetter that you are now following as well. I love it.
Of course. Big fan. Big fan.
Yeah, and at the moment, he's not actually listed as one of the players who is on the substitute of the roster, so that's interesting. So it could be a current member of the team to hold in there. Then we have the Japanese SSS team. We keep seeing these guys. They're getting in some nice fights and good engagements across the board, making some questionable decisions at times, right? The teamwork's not fully there, but they're showing themselves off that they're not scared, right? They'll go into these fights. They're willing to take the jewels. It's just not been working in their favor.
And today has been a better day for them. It sure has. RRQ here coming into this tournament also alongside the guys in Armory Gaming on sort of a rebound. Both Rate Me 5 stars and Divine not making their way here, both with the visa issues. Fortunately for RRQ, could replace them and have been doing a pretty decent job. I mean, they've had some issues early on, but where are they sitting right now? I believe are they actually all the way in the bottom? Okay, so you know what? Even though it's kind of silver lining, right? That the 2 replacement teams that technically didn't qualify are the 2 teams that are in the bottom.
Yeah, I guess that's like, it's not throwing shades on them, but it's like, you're lucky to be here. You wouldn't have normally have qualified for it.
Yeah.
And this is a very tough order for you to take on, right? Because
it is.
You wouldn't have qualified from your region normally. Now you're going.
I mean, in all fairness, they did finish 3rd and 4th. They did finish just behind the guys that won.
Yeah, yeah.
But
this is a whole different ballgame, right? There's regional, and then there's going up against everyone within your overall region, the Asia region in general. So you can take it from a national level to this whole different ballgame.
For sure.
And this is a big learning experience for them. And that's one thing these guys should take from it, right? If you've got an opportunity like this, make the most of it. What can you learn?
Of course.
What can you improve on in your own performances to take back home when it comes to it at the end of the day? Because every game they should be looking at and going, oh, look, we played it like this, but this is a very different style. We're not used to this. This is how we can try and learn from. This is how we can adapt going forward.
And believe me, with all these different teams and different regions coming into play here, and all these teams that didn't qualify, most likely sitting and watching alongside here, the next season, this is always what's so great with these finals events, with these global events where you have multiple nations, multiple different play styles, all thrown into one big melting pot. The result of it is that you go into the seasons following, and it's a completely different game.
Well, it is going to be a completely different game this time around, no doubt, unless Nova can manage to get a back-to-back and push their ways further up. It is not impossible.
Not
we
at all.
haven't seen that much from them, right?
I'm going to throw it out here. All the teams that are playing in this tournament are capable of taking home a chicken dinner. All of them. Maybe they'll need some circles in their favor. Maybe they'll need a really beneficial fight where some third party comes into play. But all of these teams can take home a chicken dinner at any given point in the tournament. And now we will see who will get the final chicken dinner of day number 2. We have reached the halfway mark with the last game being over and done. So to finish off the day here, James, take it away.
Well, let's just touch on this for a bit before we get the drops in. Nova had a 13th place, 14th place, 13th place, 9th place, 5th place, then 1st place, and now they see themselves in overall 8th, which actually does put them in a nice position to earn some dosh. It's going to be $10,000. Remember, every team participating at least walks away with $2,500, and we will now see where that circle comes in. And we did not get the military job, but we got
maybe
a nice
tomorrow.
one.
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe
we've had everything else, so we deserve one, right?
We pretty much have had it. No, we haven't had a southeastern circle. We've been in the north a couple times now, though. And let's see this time around. Will the guys in what am I trying to say here? Will the guys in I lost my word. In Access Stars, thank you. Access Stars go, yes, I know they won't. I took too much time to figure it out. There you go, back to George Paul.
They're going to go and take it nice and chill, though. This is a good spot for them. No one else is going to be contesting it. They'll have a nice advantage going into it early on here. And I love this from LGE and L-Stars.
Oh, they're changing up as well. L-Stars, they're going south.
They really want to kind of maneuver around here. I feel a bit worried for Yak. He's quite far away from the rest of his team.
Are they doing this again?
No, really?
Are you that... Oh, no. I think they're going for vehicles.
Hopefully.
I think it seemed like they're just taking vehicles and running. Please be the case. Oh, but as I say that, Simi goes down, Sebek goes down. Why
Brilliant start, Afrika.
do you want to take these fights, guys? You know what? We cannot... Let's not try and act like super clever. It's a really... Let's put it this way. It's a very, very dangerous strategy. Sure, you can get out with kills if you get weapons early. You can benefit from this, but as you can see here, it is also very likely to go wrong. And unfortunately for the guys in Sun Sisters, it just hasn't panned out the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, I'm guessing their planning behind it was like, okay, let's go and take the fight to Afrika this time. Let's see if we can turn him around. And instead, already going down with 2 players.
Also, timeout. Last time this fight happened here was actually the guys in Purple Mood that was up here. It wasn't Sun Sisters. But it doesn't take anything away from the fact that Sun Sisters has been a team that's been fighting early a lot.
Actually, a good point as well, then, because Sun Sisters may have had no idea that Afrika dropped there last time.
That's what I'm saying.
And then, yeah,
so we cannot say boo Sun Sisters because it's not on them. It's just we see it so many times with these early game fights. Wait, and you got to think, I mean, they see them fly next to them in the parachute.
That's
they
what
must
I was
know
going to
that
say.
they're there,
So
right?
surely, if they've seen them, right, you go, look, this map's big enough. Let's not go and contest this straight away.
Yeah. And I think they probably wanted to go for those vehicles, but realizing too late that these guys, they've had their weapons that they needed, and unfortunately taken down Rosa once they get the long-range kills on towards the guys from 17. Had a good second-place finish off in last game, but let's see now. Will they make it all the way up to the mountains of Stalber before they're shot out of the sky? Rio, can you do this? No, he cannot. Godly. That's one hell of a shot from the vehicle right there.
Aerowolf coming into their own once again, and I'm loving this. This plays over just today in general is like they've turned around, and I'm seeing a whole different team here, Toby. It is not what we saw from them yesterday. They've really brought their A game.
Some teams, they just need that talk with the coach. They need that extended amount of time to look through the videos, see what the other teams did, and we talked about some teams being able to adapt off of that. Some teams struggling a bit more. A team in, for example, AHQ, they have been forced into some of these fights where they're just not on their home turf. I mean, they're not in their comfort zone when they're taking those fights, and they have to figure out how can we put ourselves into situations where we don't necessarily have the upper hand in every fight, but at least we got a chance to pick and choose when we want to take the engagement.
And that's the thing, right? Clover being the coach there of Aerowolf, yesterday he would have been doing his homework after seeing those first games and said, guys, we've had some nice engagements, but it just wasn't good enough in actual the team play and how we were working it. Let's try and change things up a little bit. And certainly today, it's just, like I said, it is watching a whole different team here. Now, Rangers on your screen, game after game, these guys have started to look more solid. They're right up there at the moment, flying the flag high for Korea, as a lot of these teams are doing. And Rangers, they would love a win. That would do wonders for their point scenario.
Yeah, for sure. They really would like. They have been up there. They're very much capable of delivering at the highest level of, well, not only in Asia, but in the world. The SK Sug, these guys, they are so talented. And they just need that little extra push to get all the way up there.
Now, we'll see a little bit of a firefight between Afrika and AHQ. And one thing I just wanted to note, okay, it's $5,000 on the line for this entire event. $250,000 for first, $100,000 for second, $50,000 for third, and $25K for fourth. Which means if OP can hang in there, get another win potentially, that's going to solidify them in at least top 4, kind of looking really strong.
I mean, also, there's still a whole full day of games to be played. I mean, everything can happen tomorrow. The way that L-Stars started out yesterday, both of them and the guys in Axis Red could have that day tomorrow. We never know, and it's a team that is managing to keep the momentum, first of all, going, and if it goes down, then bounce back immediately coming into next game. That will end out on top.
No, I really like this from AHQ, taking the fight straight to Afrika once they're in their vehicles. Got them out of position a little bit here. Milk's taking a few shots. You can see Roja has a pot shot but can't make it connect. They do just want to be aware of exactly positions that Afrika are going to go and put themselves in. But what they've done now, actually, is split Afrika. Look at this. 3 players all in different positions at the moment. While AHQ, they're playing it together. Now, L-Stars, Aldo, he's under some heavy fire. Got to run away in the car. He's taking a lot of damage. He needs to be so careful. Milk's gone down in the meantime, though. Can he be finished off? He should have his teammate there to back him up a little bit. And
One more tap.
Oh, there we go.
Just goes to the vehicle for the dramatic effect. I like it.
He's like,
wait, did he?
I'm not risking it.
I was going to say, I think there was one more guy in the vehicle. Maybe he did. But Edward will go down. They are in, as we said earlier with the Rangers, boys, they are in uncharted territory. We have not been dropping up or down here in this tournament a lot so far. So unfortunately not aware that Nova are right around the corner.
Yeah, and Anini, he can certainly hear what's going on.
Trying to see if he can come on and get himself a good pick. Same thing happens for Sug. We know he's a capable shooter. Can he take that win? Actually lands a headshot with a one bullet. More damage needed, though, to take down Win and potentially cause the guys from L-Stars to lose 2 players in the very first rotation. They haven't even started looting really yet.
Because look, they're making so much noise on this rotation with cars that actually about 3 different teams have now had fires at them.
Yeah.
And that means that you're taking damage, you're being whittled down ever so slowly. You've got to be so cautious.
In all fairness, it did rotate from Milta all the way to Komeshki, so odds are that they would run into people. There's Z Easy here making the run up. Mental, he's on this hill. You do not. It's like a magnet. He's just tracking him over towards him. Spots on the wrong side. Shots are connected, but fortunately, Easy lives to see another day. That could have gone very wrong for him.
Yeah, the speed of that bike really benefiting Easy, but L-Stars, they're risking it all the way. You are in a good spot, but you've not solidified it just yet.
Also, I like the communication here. We see Easy taking shots. He will immediately put out a ping or just scream in his microphone, "There's a guy on me, do not come through here." Why did he? Still wants to go up to his teammates, and he'll make the rotation underneath. Smart reaction play from a very skilled player from L-Stars right there. Where did they all go? Yeah. Where's my kills? I could have had them all.
That's literally what I was about to say. It's like he's just on the edge of it. He can hear what's going on, but he can't find the players to fire up against.
Unfortunate. But L-Stars did manage to get out of it. Fortunately, able to stay put, but losing one player. And look at the new circle now, forcing them back down south. We've seen endings in this area before, and we could very well go back to just exactly where the guys from Axis Red won their second game today.
Now look here as well, Afrika and AHQ still battling back and forth in that same position. Now they would have seen this circle pop. One of them is going to have to decide when to rotate, and this is where we're probably going to see one of these teams either go down or take some more casualties, because this is going to be a hard one to kind of go around each other. Actos is going to be the next team on their kind of way into this, but they've got a lot of teams around them, so how are they going to position themselves this time around? Because last time they got themselves into a good position until Wendy went down, and then we started to see, oh, okay, we now need to change our game plan. We can't rely on him to do the heavy damage, but this is good already. Look, they're going to go get themselves into a nice little bit of an area here. They've got the vehicles all around. Star-Lord's there already scouting it out, and LSN just around the corner, but I don't think anyone would jump out into him yet. They've just had the information that, okay, someone else is a little bit closer, and actually, shots coming in regardless of LSN.
Yeah, I mean, they saw, or at least they heard, that all of the guys from Actors came in. LSN was all by himself in the compound, probably went up there to scout it to begin with. They were split 2-2, not something we've seen at all, actually, come to think of it. But they were split 2-2, they had LSN there, and smart play from him backing off. He knew their full team was coming in hot, and he did not want to take the fight there. They're running into a new fight now, though, because Rex reached him. They're already in here.
He's going to drive the car straight in.
Got
Could use some cover as well. Why not? Let's see if he can make it work. The nades go off, though. Kongmu's going to find it. And they've got the advantage in terms of positioning, at least for now. Oh, the molly being used at the same time. The nade comes in. That's 2 of them knocked now. This is getting very risky for SSS. This is the Chinese SSS, though. What are they going to be able to do here? Smoke's going to go down to provide some of that cover, but you can see they're on the hunt. They want to be able to try and finish this off. Oh, PQ, he's trying to get it done, but is he going to be able to make it happen? Yu spraying him down. He doesn't want to take the risk of going too far in. This could still be all to play for. It's Man who's going to be trying to hold him off from the sides here. They're playing around the sandbags, and it's all just trying to find this one final member to be able to finish off here. Coppin Lee jumps out, throws in the nade. Is it going to do any damage? Maybe a bit too far off there, but they know exactly where he is now. His teammate, he's even spotted it for him. He's like, okay, guys, we've seen him. We know where he is, and it's all just a waiting game. Coppin Lee, what can he do? He's ducking and diving around this building at the moment. Kongmu doesn't want to be too much of a risk, and if he can get this revive off, that's going to be key in trying to help him out here, get the health bar all the way back up for his team.
And you gotta say, the amount that they have stalled SSS, they were full on 4-man sprinting in on this, and they actually buy themselves some time. The guys from Rex region really, really well played. No over-aggressive peaks, plays it defensive. They get the initial knock onto one guy to kind of put a dent in the speed of their attack there, and they actually, at least for now, managed to stay put. But L-Stars making their rotation in as we go back to this fight. Now Crest Gaming joining in on the action here. We know that the Japanese guys like to fight early, and they have a perfect third-party opportunity here.
And the thing is, both teams that they're going up against are clustered together around the sandbags and the containers out there. This is going to make it a little bit harder for both teams to even try and move, because they know that Crest have a huge advantage here, not just in positioning, but just how it's all going down. And look who else is on the side. Axers, they look like they could come into it if they want to. Hulk takes down Pure Boy. This is great opportunity. Kills and sprays going across the board. Not much health at all whatsoever. And Hulk's just thinking, I'm on some cleanup duty right now. Rex are eliminated. They'll be the first team gone. And SSS, they've got to be oh so careful, because there's plenty more teams around them hungry for the kills.
Not only do they need to completely reset and focus fire elsewhere, they also need to get healed up. They need to get ready to take this fight, reload their weapons, and turn them on. Unfortunately for them, Axis make the runoff. They have a good spot in the circle. They do not want to risk losing it. So you see Hulk running back down immediately. Star-Lord already on the vehicle. Where can I go? What can I scout? Where should I go? I want to go explore. But the team's like, we're inside the circle. Just chill. Just chill. Come to us, man.
This is Star-Lord. He goes, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, Super Scout!
Yeah.
He's ready for it every single time. Now, one thing we saw when the map came up there was AHQ. They were still hanging around the same position that them and Afrika were playing against. Afrika have bolted and gone all the way down, through over to the east side and coming back round to the south. So they're looking to replay the circle and not engage just yet.
How did they just swap compounds? Because Crest Gaming, they were over in the other house. They just swapped buildings. How did that happen?
Did that happen when Actors was taking the shots?
I think it happened. They ran around like they did a merry-go-round and swapped buildings. That's actually pretty hilarious.
This has benefited SSS, though. This has given them a chance to not be completely taken out just
yet. You say that, but look at Actors. They have made their way back up towards the volcano spot, as we like to call it, the spot they're sitting right now. Has a dip in the middle, thus volcano. And they're sitting right now holding off Purple Mood. Now it's the areas taken down once again. This action is going in. NB taking down a return, one down for each team, but they only have one more player alive in SS. This could come to cost them.
Wendy, he sat there like, come on, poke out. Someone make a mistake. You guys keep fighting each other, and I'll pick you guys apart. I'll take you down. Ares and Pure Boy, though, they're playing it smart. The revivers are coming in. SSS doing the same. The difference here, though, is that, at least for me, Crest, they're starting to feel a little bit more confident with it. They're wanting to go in with the aggression. What
I love with SSS peeking this is you constantly see, we talked about that in the game yesterday that they won as well. Every time they do these peeks, they'll get the control, but now Kurat with the deadly barrel up close gets the knock on up to 61, and it's all up to NB now. Can he do this? One guy by himself. I believe it's the second knock, not going to come in and rest here. All by himself now, 1 versus 3. It's the Chinaman here against the guys from Japan. This is going to be very tough for him. He's not going to push anything, that's for sure.
Yeah, massive lead here for Crest as well. 4 kills are up, though, on the SSS side. Another knockdown comes in. Ares goes in with it. Can he finish it? They're trying to spray around it. He's playing it well from this position, doing a lot of damage. It's actually phenomenal that he's able to do this much work, but he will get eliminated. The second team out of the equation, but that was a little bit too close for comfort in my eyes.
Extremely close. They played it well, they pushed together, but not able to connect the shots. Fortunately, Crest Game will live to see another day, but now AHQ taking a fight and once again eliminated early on, this time around by the guys from the bottom from Armory Gaming. More shots coming in. When lining up shots towards Afrika as they try to push him towards the compound. He's all by himself. He needs to buy as much time as he possibly can for his teammates to come down and help him.
Look how fast, though, Afrika are pushing up into this. They know exactly where he is. They want to get their teammate back up, but they want to finish off one of the L-Stars players. And they've already lost one, but Style, he's the second one to be knocked. Afrika have to be so careful because Win, he has all the advantage on the high ground. And they're just reviving him up in the open at the moment because he does finally get knocked down, which isn't a problem. Get all the players up now, just in case L-Stars try to come back into it. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're hoping they can save their teammate.
Easy is driving on over. This is extremely scary because I think the only reason that Afrika pushed this was because they knew it was just one guy in there. And now he's trapped down here. I'm not sure if this is the play you want to make. Win gets finished off. They now know that the entire compound is clear. And for Easy to be one guy against 4 now, this is extremely dangerous. His vehicle is getting blown apart as we speak. And for him to be able to leave this area is going to be really, really difficult.
So many nades coming across. Easy is pinned down. The nades absolutely ruin him. Afrika, they are on it, and they're trying to get this done. It's only YDD remaining now because Easy's going to be finished off, and this is a brilliant play, but L-Star, once again, they can't catch the rope.
unfortunate and clear misplay from Easy. That once his teammate was knocked, he should have been there immediately to help him. If you're not already there, you gotta just give him up. Danchi on the run here. We do see Starlord go down. That's the IGL taken out early on last game. They had Juanita taken down early. They did manage to make it far anyway, but now we'll see with their in-game leader taken out of the game this early on, will it impact the way that the guys from Actus play?
Nice positions here for Entus and LGE, though. They're looking strong at the moment. YDD, he's got to be so cautious. Look at everyone around him. Afrika, Nova, Entus from all different sides, all different perspectives. Going to make this very hard for him to try and get out of that alive with the rest of his team being taken out. Now, Aerowolf, right? We keep saying it. They're starting to just come into these games a little bit more. But again, they're very down and out of this in terms of numbers to fight with. So they've got to look for some golden opportunities to maybe jump into a firefight that's already going on and try to take advantage of that.
Sigati here with a good high ground position. This compound has been the center of attention for a good fair share of 3 circles now. Absolutely insane how so many teams have fought around here. 3 teams have been eliminated in here. Make that 2 actually. Sorry, 1 team did manage to make their way out. But 2 teams eliminated inside this area. Now could be 1 more on the rise. Crest Gaming up against Armory Gaming. 1 team might just be eliminated before they manage to leave. Because Circle is going to close in already and this compound is not in.
Oh, nicely done,
Stars, 13th place. Not a good second day.
No, this is not what they would have wanted. We started to see them do better on the previous round. This time, they pay the price for it. It's not going to happen.
No, Sun Sisters. They flipped the vehicle and killed each other.
You hate to see it.
No, that's not what you want to have happen. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
And this is why we try to split up in vehicles. It stops stuff like that from happening.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that they were driving in a bike and someone popped the tire and they flipped because of it. But that's really, really unfortunate. Now we see Courage go down, trying to see if they can get the kills. And Eska once again with the bold action. We haven't seen him really prime off the way that we saw him in PGI earlier this year. Might just have a chance though. And for General, making the run up by himself. Now it does have a teammate, Abuya. That headset position didn't come in to help him. Will get knocked, but Pure Boy taken out in return. So solid 3-on-1. Should they be able to get the rest of Eska again with the bold action sniper in hand? Where are the guys from Airwolf? I can tell you they're running straight down into the guys from Actus.
Now, with Rangers that you keep seeing here, right, they've been the consistent team. They're not so much getting all the kills all the time, but they're able to hang in there, sitting around the top range. And this is why their placing at the moment is so high. It's so crucial, because they're just playing smart PUBG.
I mean, and you see Juanita immediately, once he sees the targets, not engaging. Backs off, runs back, throws a nade to buy himself some more time. He needs it, he needs his teammates' help as well, and he's in a good position to do so. Now the guys from OP Rangers, though, we are reaching the point in the game at which these circles are getting so small that third parties are inevitable, especially when we're out here in the open. Armory Gaming, the help is coming up on the hill. LGE would be able to interact at some point soon, and you see just on the southern side of your minimap there, the edge of the players from OP Rangers as well. Circle, just about to pop.
Not far off at all. AG a little bit split up there. They're going to be potentially walking into LGE, who's giving an onslaught over to the purple team as 17 look to be approaching it at the same time.
This circle could be really, really good for the guys on the east side on the free cave. They can take out Nova. They have all that room to work with. There's no one out there to really contest them, and they would have a really good spot in the circle. Now Airwolf, though, do have 1 player trapped down behind the tree. They are outside the circle as well with a new one popped just on the edge of Actus's compound. Will they be able to hold them off, though? Only time will tell. Entus inside a good position on the southern side as well. Somewhat newly added compound. We'll see if they can make things work for them, if they'll be forced to make a leave out here at some point soon. Jux with an 8. Not all more to it than that. The game is kind of slowed down a little. BF as well. Just chill and just the calm before the storm.
It's going to explode very soon, though, and this is exactly what we expected. Purple, they were completely surrounded, and they will now be eliminated as Shocks will finish them off. 9 teams left. Rangers still no kills. Just taking that control, right? They've got that good position. They've got Actors just around them as well, so Actors got to be very careful here.
Interested in why Rangers actually decide to push up on this. They know that they saw the guys and Actors. Of course, they are the team to beat. I mean, they're sitting above them, and they need to get them killed before they die in all games if they want to get more points than them, obviously. So in that sense, it makes sense, but they know there are many teams in this area. They've heard all the commotions. They've seen the few knocks come in. And they need to just play it safe because they are in the circle.
Look at Actor's position as well, though, because they've got the buildings around them. Actually, if this fight comes in, it's going to leave some of the other teams open up trying to push into it, so this could benefit them completely here. Jaden's still able to get a knockdown onto the Nova CY player. Kale's coming on to Roa, though, so Afrika on the heavy fire from both directions at the moment.
The way that Armory Gaming and Rangers are positioned is that they both wait to get the third party.
Yeah.
They're waiting for this fight with Airwolf and Axis to pop off, and once it does, they'll just be sending it in. But I don't think either of these teams are expecting a team on the other side. Now we do see the guys in Monster Shield, winners of last game, go down in 9th. Beneficial for Freak of Freaks, as I said before. They will have a good spot there, but actually, Yak pushing over the vehicle, really smart play for him. He will have a lot of control with this position.
Oh boy, Boya looking to do some damage here. He's going to go straight for the finish as well. Timon taken out from LGE, but
look at
Boya does have to be
he's
careful.
all by himself.
Oh,
my God!
brilliant.
Booyah! That's a good knock coming in right there.
Devastating shot. He's managing to get it done. He's going to go looking for the next knock as well. Let's see if he can find any more. Boya completely alone, isolated away from the rest of his team, but he is feeling it, and he wants to be able to do some more damage, get some further points up on the board for his team. Actors, though, still able to hold this position. Aerowolf just looking for someone to make a mistake. Rangers not pushing up any further just yet, like you said, waiting for that engagement, but a Freak of Freaks have been eliminated now. Entus getting the job done. Indigo, another Korean team, finishing him off.
Look at how much room there is in the eastern side of the circle. For 17 Gaming, they can just lay low and wait and
Chill.
wait and wait some more. They do have to make the run over towards the circle, but they have a high ground position on the right side of the road still that they can play from while all these other teams are going to fight. None of them are inside the next circle. Fights are just about to escalate.
That patience, though, there, the trigger finger of Rangers.
Did you see a helmet?
Yes, he's got it.
There's a helmet.
Does he go?
There's a helmet. There's a helmet. You have to take the shot. There you go. Good shot from Eska. You will only take it when you know you can get it, and down goes Hulk.
Godley's going to make his way around now. He's heard the first shots go off. Juan 2D needs to get in there as well. He needs to be able to fight this off. Oh,
this is what I was saying.
Very difficult. They're all starting to push in. Great work there. He's going to try finish him. Can't quite get it done. Going to try push himself around. The sprays are coming out. They're dancing around the building at the moment. But Actors, they're still able to get some damage up on the board. He may be all alone. He's kept himself up high, but he's got to be oh so cautious right now. If he's got a grenade, this will be the time to throw it. And let's be honest, it's not even needed that Rangers have to push into this.
As soon as that knock came in from Eska, they sent it immediately. Hulk's death was the pinnacle for Airwolf. Now they're trying to get back out, but look who's waiting. Armory Gaming. They're going to fourth party this right. Oh my God, what a great 6x ray coming in from DMG right there. Nice damage done by him, taking out RDK in the process. Mental going down now as well. Woo! And Armory Gaming, they got 10 kills already.
Armory Gaming, they've come alive, they've pounced just at the right time, they've put the pressure onto Rangers, and at the same time, though, this is giving Actors a good chance for him just to hide back and stay alive, right? 7 teams remaining, he could stay in this to get the points.
We got over half the remaining server outside the circle right now, fighting for potentially dead space, but they're all holding off each other so hard because they all want a third party on this. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at the guys in Entus and the guys in LG and 17 on the north and east side. They have so much room to work with because you got all of them within the same 100-meter square. Airwolf will go down in the end, unfortunately. Danchi with a little damage done there. Will have to make the run for it himself, but he has all of Armory Gaming on the other side, just down the hill. Rangers have decided to make their run forward, and for Danchi, it's going to be a tough push inside the circle.
A lot of smoke so that he can try and play off. Armory Gaming, they're waiting for him. They're at 11 kills at the moment.
This could be a 1-point game for Actus Red if they go down now. That would be really, really horrible for them. They are still trying to get back the lead from the guys in LG, in Luminous Stars. This would not be the way they'd want to go out here on the final game of the day.
So much smoke usage being put in there. You can see Actors just trying to stay alive, but once again, brilliant work here. An absolute rampage is completely true. 12 kills up on there, and it's a nice spread between the whole team. They're playing a lot smarter this time around. Entus are coming into the fray as well, fighting off onto 17, who have left pretty much uncontested for a lot of this map here. Shots out in the open, though. He's got to be so careful. Yak's doing a lot of damage, but he can't get the finish on. He's going to take some damage from the circle and then start to move back out into it. Shock's also got to be so cautious. 17 know how crucial these points are going to be. But Entus, the only team with 4 players left alive, they're in such a good spot. Oh, God, LGE's position is not looking too good either, and they're actually fighting up against Armory Gaming, who have had such a dominant game so far. 5 teams remaining, and my God, I can't even try to call it. Entus in the best spot, but Armory Gaming, Gaming, they just seem to be hitting everything.
This
All their
is-
shots are connecting.
This is going to be extremely interesting finish to the game. And we do see Baba go down, so that's going to be OP Gaming. Rangers finish off. Show is on the wrong side of the road. They got quite a ways to go, but they need these knocks in order to be able to make a move forward. The guys in the Ensis know exactly where they have them, and they will not let them cut across easily.
Good aim coming out there. Shock's taking a lot of damage. The Armory Gaming players, they're scattering out here. They don't want to be caught off guard whatsoever. Yak finds him. Shox is going to be going down. Lots of damage, and that'll be him finished off. That leaves only one player left alive for 17 as Armory Gaming. The circle's going to be coming in very soon. They're getting a little bit of extra loot here, seeing what they can find, especially in the grenade side of things. But actually, it's Ensis. They're going to be raining in with all the shots coming in. Shows coming into the fray against LGE at the same time, using the car as some cover. Is it going to be enough, though? Shows under heavy fire. 1 health and a dream. How much longer can he stay alive? He goes in for a couple of shots, but he is eliminated. Their team goes down in 4th place, and now we're at the top 3 scenario. Ensis Force in a great position.
LGE doing everything they can to stay put here, trying to make their vehicles useful coming into the last moments of this game. LG gets spotted out of Ahang, trying to make the run for it. Sean Yang wants to get the long range taps and down to low HP, but not a whole lot more to it. Armory Gaming taking a lot of casualties as they make their run in the open to Dai. Same thing for him. They're caught off in the open, and right now it's looking to go in the way of Ensis Force.
4v2v1 Armory Gaming. They had so many kills in this game. They've made it to top 3. This is going to be a huge jump up for them.
Yang bleeds out. Not a whole lot more to it. Nobody's around to get the rest, but I got Dai all by himself. And you get Son Yang and Yak. They're just waiting for him. They know there's one more player to deal with. And there you go, Armory Gaming. Actually, it's Armory Gaming eliminated first. That's so crucial for Dai surviving that little bit longer, granting him more placement points than the other way around. But Ensis Force, once again, 4th time today, a Korean victory on day number 2.
And that's going to make it real interesting now because Ensis Force, they were currently in 4th place with 46 points, 2 points away behind OP Rangers. This is the best placement that they're going to have had within quite a little while now because they've had a couple of 2nd places in there, a couple of 3rds as well. It's the consistency we talk about time and time again. And this time around, they didn't just get the win. They also had, what, 12, 13 kills then?
Exactly. They were way up there. I mean, that's the thing with both them and the guys in OP Rangers. They're very much capable of dealing, having these top performance games, but a little spread of circles in their favor, some good positioning, and keeping 4 guys alive late. That'll give you everything you need to get yourself that chicken dinner.
Well, chicken dinners is what it's all about. And you got to say, Armory Gaming, though, right? They were so strong. They looked in a really good position. And we're going to see them kind of come into this and think, hey, look, we had a good end to this day. Let's bring into the final day and see what we can do because we're right on the cusp of some big money.
For sure. I mean, we talked about them just being here and being in the bottom of the leaderboard and all that stuff. Scrap that. I mean, they got 13, I think 12 or 13 kills this game as well. Absolutely stellar performance coming up. I mean, if they can do that coming into tomorrow, there's no saying where they could end up on the leaderboards. But OG and Ensis will be the winners here of the final game. And again, such a good team coming out of Korea. And they show us right here. Give us a little bit enough favor, and we will show you. Did not lose a single player in all of that game.
And that was the thing, right? For so long, they weren't really engaging in the fights. They wait till it gets down to the wire, then they start reacting. Then they start putting all of the heavy-hitting kills up. Yak, from distance, no matter where he was, right? He had that 8-times scope on go, and he was just pinpoint precision, getting rid of him every step of the way. I'm really looking forward to seeing this scoreboard get updated so we can find out exactly how this is going to turn around.
What's interesting to me is for some of these teams how little it takes to throw them off guard. When you have a team in Actors Red who has been doing extremely well today, that one game where they lost Juanita early on, they got 9th place. The one game now where they lose Star-Lord really early on, they get 9th as well. It's as if, I mean, when you have all 4 guys together, they just plow on through, they take everyone down, but it's as if they only function if all the 4 pillars are there.
But I think this is what it is. Other teams are starting to wise up to it, right?
Of course.
It's like, okay, look, we see what Actos is. We're going to be aware there could be a player scouting around, right? If we can take down one, we can upset their balance a little bit and throw them off guard. So now this is where they need to evaluate their game plan from game 2 and say, okay, look, let's go into day 3. What can we change up? How can we make ourselves a little bit more unpredictable and a little bit more to work with on here? For
sure.
I really can't wait to see what this scoreboard's going to show us.
No, it's going to be interesting. But to take away from yesterday's games to today, for sure, more confident fighting. And even when I say confident fighting, they were more snaking today than we saw yesterday. And I like that because that also means that you don't have to jump around like a crazy cowboy and try and get kills all the time. You can try and lay low, play the safe game, play it slow, trying to get the information needed in order to make a play. You don't have to rush in just because you see a person you can shoot at.
This is what we're looking at here, Toby. Okay, L-Stars still in first, 73 points. They finished in 13th on that last game with no kills, so they didn't get any benefit,
0 points,
right?
0 points.
Actos Red, like you said, only walked away with 1 kill, 6th place. They could be in first right now if they just had a little bit more to work with. OGN enters fourth. First place, 8 points. 11 kills at the end of that as well. That puts them in third place with 65 points.
They're up there as well now then.
But remember, they were 1 point behind OP Rangers, who are now in fourth with 49. 48 at the time. They had 1 kill on this recent game.
Yeah.
And they were 1 point behind. Now they've jumped up to third place with 65 points. Clear, heavy leaders here. One thing to note as well is that 17 game, they still retain their position. They had 3 kills in that game of 4th place. LG, that 2nd place has helped them out a lot. They've moved into 6th. Nova has actually gone up because they had 5 kills. Even though they finished 9th, 5 kills has now pushed them into 7th. SSS. Oh, yes, they've got themselves into the top 8. Aerowolf, who have done so well, right? They've now fallen into 9th because they only got 3 kills in that game despite finishing out on the 7th.
What's interesting to me is that how we said during the middle of the day that Actus and Luminous Stars were completely untouchable. One good game, like one top game with 10+ kills and a victory for OGN Enters in the first game tomorrow, they'll be sitting in first place.
This is nutty. This is absolutely... I didn't expect to get this close. And also, out of 4 games... 3 Korean winning teams, 1 Taiwan.
What's interesting to me is the fact that Luminous Stars just have not at all been able to rise to what they did yesterday. They had a good 3rd place game, but other than that, if you're looking at their kills, it just hasn't. What do we have? 13. We had 2 kills, 3 kills, 6 kills, and then a 0-kill game, right?
That's rough.
The way that they just dominated everything yesterday, every single time they were forced into a fight, they came out with 4 guys on top, wiping the entire enemy team. We see the leaderboard here on our screens as well. Down in the bottom is the early game kill heavy guys in SSS. Armory Gaming, they got a good game. They're 14 points in the final game, way up in 12th place.
They went from last to 12th place. That gives them a nice little boost, right?
Yeah.
And this is one of the teams we said about. They really shouldn't have even been here. They came through because of the visa issues that other teams in their region felt. Now we see SSS from China. They've moved down to 8th. Nova jumped up massively across just this entire day now, pushed into 7th. But look at this. The Chinese team still at the very top, L-Stars, even despite a really tough game.
Look at the top 8. Had Nova not won that game, we'd be seeing a full Chinese and Korean leaderboard. This is absolutely insane. Top 8 and only 3 countries represented. That just goes to show these regions, they are very, very dominant in Asia.
Yeah, this is pure PUBG competition at its best, right? This is at its finest. This is what we came here to see. And you can just see how much of a difference, right? Playing well on day 1 can mean absolutely nothing when it comes down to day 2.
Oh, yeah.
Look how this
everything can happen.
L-Stars may still be on top, right? But look, everyone is so much closer. They've got serious competition now. They may have thought after day 1, hey, look, we're looking in a really good position. $250,000 sounds pretty nice, but it's not guaranteed. And it's not even guaranteed tomorrow. If they play like this again, then that's lights out. They might not even finish within the top 4.
Exactly, and that's the thing, right? Because I mean, we could have the team in 9th place finishing top 3 tomorrow. We don't know. There's been such a big change from yesterday's games to today. And we don't know who's going to have their shining moment tomorrow. I mean, 2 wins in a row for Actus, some good performances there for them. I feel like now with Armory stepping up to the occasion here as well, I've said it before and I want to say it again, every single team in this lobby can go out and have these performances. All it needs is for them to find their sort of spot in the lobby.
Oh, yes. These teams have found their spots, though, and these teams have started to change things up, and I can't wait to see what actually happens in tomorrow's games because it's going to be right to the wire once again. And I feel like, okay, we've seen multiple teams now be consistent across the board, but Nova, they changed up the game real quick. All it took was one really important win to bring them further up that scoreboard, and I think if they could get away with another one, they quickly push themselves even further into a potential like 6th, 5th place. It's nice to see. It's a bit of a mix-up. L-Stars, they need to bring their A-game tomorrow if they want to even stand a chance.
For sure. You never know. You never know. They sure have some video, some VOD to go home and look at, because what worked today clearly didn't work yesterday. And they might not even have anything to do with them playing worse. It's just all these other teams that might have had a slump, but day 1 have started to get going.
Hey, that's just the name of the game, right? That's how it
Sure
goes
is.
down. And one thing for all you guys in Twitch chat at the moment, I know you guys are typing ! code and all that. If you do want to take part in it, it is not run by us. It is not run by PGL. It is run by PUBG Corp, and it's an extension you can put in, so you can do it all through that. You only get a code if you win. You only get a code if you do it properly. Typing ! And all that stuff, don't do it. Just do it through the extension that you can see on Twitch. I'm trying to help you guys out. I'm in chat telling you guys the entire time, but you guys aren't listening. I'm just getting spam non-stop, so fingers crossed you guys get it and you get yourself some codes as well, because you never know.
Fancy skins.
Might be able to get the easy skins, right? Might be able to get some skins in your game, but do it correctly. It's an extension. It's not a type command. It's not run by us. It's not our fault. We apologize, but it's not us. I just feel bad. We have to keep on saying it.
No, that's fine. That's up to them. If they want to do exclamation marks, they can do exclamation marks. Won't happen. Won't work though.
!Casters works though.
Oh.
Boom. Get the plugin.
Yep.
Anything else you want to plug while we're here? Go on, Toby. Fire away.
I could talk for hours, but I don't think I'm going to do that. What I will say, though, is you guys better be back here tomorrow, because these games have been crazy today. They were crazy on day number 1, and I have a pretty good indication that these games will be just as crazy, if not even more so, tomorrow. And who knows? Maybe those ramps in the stadium will be used for something. I don't know, but I want them to be used for something.
We gotta clarify that. Every time we've sat here, we've seen the ramps, and we've been like, can someone please
Where's
give
the
us some-
bike?
yeah.
Where's the backflip?
I want to see tomorrow for the final day, or maybe it happens when they win. When we actually
I
get
don't
the
know.
trophy,
I don't
get some
know.
bikes out, some craziness go down. You never know. Oh, we've got to check chat. Okay,
We have to check the
we've
chat?
Told to check chat. ! Banks. Oh, okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks. I didn't mean ! Banks. I meant !
There you go. Can we
Masters.
put a command to that as well? That's
Yeah,
gotta be,
we can have that. I tried to help you guys out. I'm trying to be your friends. Now you do ! Banks. I'm feeling the love, but you got to give Toby some love as well. He's the knowledge bomb, dropping it all here. We're in the PGL studios. We're in Romania. We're enjoying every moment of the PUBG Asia Invitational. The final day is coming up tomorrow. Do not miss out. 500 grand on the line. Let's see who's going to get that cash. We'll see you tomorrow, same time as always.
Boom boom. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom. 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 Bye.